best use possible. Nuvama Private manages the finance with the same unwavering commitment to the vision that I have set for my business.
They listen carefully, understand, and help in craft that perfect future that you have imagined for yourself.
With Nuvama Private, I found a sense of reliability.
Welcome to Dream Set Go, your destination for the most exclusive sporting experiences from the House of Dream Sports. Watching your favorite game from the stands feels great, but for some, great isn't good enough. They want something exclusive. Like cheering for your favorite team is exciting. But to be invited to their practice sessions? Now that's exclusive. To watch a big match from the boardroom is fun. But to hold a board meeting at the venue before the match, now that's exclusive. When your favorite driver wins the race, it's epic. But to watch the race from the paddock, now that's exclusive. To witness India's glory at the Olympics is unforgettable. But to sit alongside a champion,
now that's exclusive.
And imagine traveling to your dream experiences like this. Exclusive, right? Get the most extraordinary sporting experiences with Dream Set Go. Book your tickets hassle-free and experience the exclusive.
Hello and welcome. Hello and welcome everyone to India Global Forum 2023 here in the UAE. I'm Edie Lush.
And I'm Mark Barton. We are thrilled. Yes, we're thrilled to be back here in Dubai hosting this third annual event, which of course has its expanded Middle East and Africa program. And don't forget, we are streaming live on the IGF website, aren't we?
Absolutely, all around the world. And we have got 3 days of spectacular content for you, including today's forum, as well as tomorrow's Founders and Funders program, Young Changemakers Forum, and the Climate and Business Forum, which I'll be hosting here on the stage on Wednesday.
Yeah, we are keeping you busy. And as if that wasn't enough, IGF Studio, it's back tomorrow and Wednesday. Live broadcast conversations hosted by Laura Buckwell and yours truly. We've also got the Women in Forum hosted by Laura. I'm excited. How's that adrenaline?
Yep, it is absolutely pumping. And just to throw into the mix, we've got lots of IGF dialogues for you across these 3 days. It's a spectacular, jam-packed few days.
It is a veritable feast. We are unleashing ambitions and exploring limitless possibilities. And also, Edie and I are here to pose those tough questions which sometimes make you squirm, such as 70-hour work week or 3-day work week. Which one are you?
Well, if I'm honest and I say what I'd really like, I gotta say the 3-day. But in reality, I mean, I can dream, right?
You're
about the 3
working
days.
towards it.
It was squad goals, Mark, squad goals. So work hours aside, IGF, as we know, brings together the most innovative, the most inquisitive, and the most impactful change makers to help solve the world's biggest problems.
Yeah, and our focus is on 4 big themes: climate sustainability, technology and innovation, inclusivity, and trade.
Yep. We are a platform for the most innovative and prestigious change makers to set the agenda. We've got plenty of those here in the room for you today. I see one of them now, His Excellency Omar Al-Alama, Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence here in the UAE.
Yeah, lots of AI chat, and from business, from finance, we're speaking to the Honourable Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister of India, and the CEO of Paytm, Vijay Shekhar Sharma, who you'll be chatting to.
Absolutely. We've also got spiritual guidance for you, Mark. I know you're waiting for that. His Grace Gaur Gopal Das will be with us, expanding on his thoughts on conscious leadership.
Breathe. And IGF isn't just about these three big annual events here in London and, of course, in New Delhi as well. It's a gateway for business and for governments.
Exactly. We are bringing you extraordinary things. And speaking of extraordinary things, it gives me enormous pleasure to welcome here to the stage the founder and chair of India Global Forum. Please welcome Manoj Ladwa. How are you? Good to see you.
Thank you very much, Edie and Mark, and great to have you back on the India Global Forum stage. My friend, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, not so long ago, Prime Minister Modi said that this is not an era of war, but is one of dialogue and diplomacy. And I'm sure everybody in this room will agree. But friends, where Prime Minister Modi's words end is surely a cue, indeed an obligation for peace-loving people around the world to come together and to reclaim and redefine what our future generations will judge us on. At India Global Forum, we are clear. We are clear that these times must not be remembered for territorial conquest, nor for the victory of those who seek to gain global influence through fear or force. Friends, this is an era of ambitions. Yes, of ambitions of the young to unlock the power of innovation, ambitions of nations previously left behind to move forward with dignity and with purpose, and ambitions for true global partnerships that are defined by fairness, by respect, and by enterprise. We are at a unique moment in history. We have the opportunity to harness talent and technology to address the most pressing issues of today. Be it economic growth, food security, health, education, poverty alleviation, and indeed, and of course, climate change. Almost in a blink of an eye, humankind now possesses the technology to connect, strengthen, and advance our lives in ways we would have never, ever imagined before. And over the course of the coming days in this forum, we will seek to explore how we can forge new partnerships that will serve as a catalyst for addressing these challenges. I was asked a few days ago why we expanded our remit this year to the wider Middle East and Africa. The answer is simple. With India's growing dependability as a trusted global partner, its expertise in digital innovation, and of course enterprise, the Middle East's financial might and geographic position as a gateway between the East and the West, and the diversity, scale, and untapped human capital of Africa's markets. There is every reason to work together to achieve our common goals of bringing about sustainable and rapid economic prosperity. Or to put it another way, what reason could there possibly be not to work together? India Global Forum, along with our partners here in the UAE, such as the World Government Summit Organization, are going that extra mile as catalysts for change. Here I believe we can all draw inspiration from the UAE's guiding principles as envisaged by their highnesses. If I may, refer to the fourth principle, and one that serves as a North Star for us. That principle is, the main future driver of growth is human capital. That main future driver of growth is human capital. And how right that is. Nearly 50% of the UAE's population is between the ages of 15 and 35. By 2030, young Africans are expected to constitute 42% of global youth. And the median age in India is 28 years, making it one of the youngest in the world. Surely this demographic, regional dividend is waiting to be untapped. The young of India, the Middle East and Africa have now a head start on the future. Friends, we only need to make it happen now. And we owe it to them to make things happen faster and better than ever before. So let me conclude with an African proverb. Do not stand in a place of danger, trusting in miracles. We have, in these most dangerous times, a lot of work ahead to build those partnerships and to unleash those ambitions. Standing still, waiting for miracles is not an option. Friends, with these words, I welcome you to this, our third edition of India Global Forum, here in this beautiful golden city of Dubai. My sincere thanks to all of you for your participation. Happy deliberations and discussions over the next few days. I thank you and welcome once again.
Thank you so much, Manoj. I love that about human capital. Absolutely. We're now pleased to welcome to the stage to continue to open this event. Please welcome the Consul General of India here in Dubai. Please welcome Satish Sivan Kumar.
His Excellency Mr. Omar Al-Ulama, the Honorable Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence, Professor Manoj Ladwa, founder of India Global Forum, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The Consulate General of India is delighted to be a partner for the third annual edition of India Global Forum. Coming on the eve of COP28, the forum's agenda of unleashing ambitions is topical, considering that the COP28 theme is climate action. We are today at a crossroad where we need to choose between status quo and action. As COP28 President, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmad Al Jaber conveys succinctly, we need to rethink, reboot, and refocus. In my view, that's true not just for the climate agenda, but also for inclusive and sustainable global growth post the COVID-19 pandemic. We need to think out of the box and chart the course that can help to deliver ambitious targets that are being set. Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, we are doing just that in India. We are unleashing ambitions. Ambition to be a developed economy by 2047, while ensuring the fruits of development is available to one and all, to ensure connectivity, housing, health, education for all in the process. As a first step, we are working to be a $5 trillion US dollar economy after recovering remarkably from the greatest black swan event in modern human history. Ambition to achieve such growth in a sustainable way by aiming for net zero emissions by 2070 by transitioning to a green economy with massive renewable energy infrastructure and reducing the emissions intensity of the economy. By 2030, India aims to achieve a total of 500 gigawatts, with 280 gigawatts of it coming from solar energy. Ambition to include each and every Indian in the digital economy revolution that is fueling robust, sustained growth in the country. As you are aware, during the last decade, India built the world's largest direct benefit transfer system, transforming its G2B architecture. This undoubtedly ensured resilience during the pandemic year when $70 billion US dollars was transferred directly into bank accounts of beneficiaries. Ambition to realize the full potential of Nari Shakti or women power in nation building through landmark legislations to ensure representation of women in legislatures. Ambition to reach for the stars and beyond through scientific expeditions such as the Chandrayaan mission and the planned manned mission to moon and space station in the coming decades. The above are nothing but seeds to realize the dream of a Viksit Bharat or Advanced India. Ladies and gentlemen, our comprehensive strategic partnership with UAE synchronizes with the national priorities of both the countries. I wish to highlight a few of these aspects. The recent bilateral agreements on local currency settlement, digital payment system, and SIPA demonstrate that our ambitions in terms of economic engagement between India and UAE is very high, and we work together with our UAE partners to achieve them no matter what. I have already outlined the bilateral trade scenario. The India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor launched during the G20 will be epochal in that it will change the economic landscape of the entire region, including Gulf, Africa, and Europe. In my view, it has potential to shape the global geopolitics in the decades ahead. Two-way investments are healthy. UAE's investment in India is estimated to be around 21 billion US dollars. UAE is the 7th biggest investor in India in terms of FDI. On the other hand, Indian investments in the UAE are estimated at around 85 billion US dollars. There is a lot of potential, especially for investments from UAE to flow into India. In the energy space, the two countries have agreed to collaborate in advancing energy storage technologies, smart grid and IoT deployment, and R&D in renewable energy and energy efficiency. In the field of artificial intelligence, the UAE and India will cooperate in deployment of AI technologies in space sector, energy, healthcare, and supply chains. Both countries will work together to advance capabilities in machine learning and data analytics across priority sectors. How can education not be part of such a vision? We would soon be having the Abu Dhabi campus of IIT Delhi start its session from 2024. We would also be having CBSE open its office in Dubai soon, supporting almost 250,000 students in the region. We already have premier Indian higher education institutions in the UAE, and more are in the pipeline. With nearly 3.5 million vibrant and enterprising Indian community in the UAE, the largest congregation of Indian nationals outside India, the possibilities are limitless in advancing the mutually beneficial cooperation between the two countries. Standing in your midst today, I can only feel excited about the opportunities that the future beholds for India, for this partnership with UAE, and for global collaboration. Looking at the agenda for this edition of India Global Forum, I'm sure you will all have an enriching, stimulating discussion over the next couple of days. I thank Professor Ladwa and his wonderful team for putting together this outstanding event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Satish Sivan Kumar, General Counsel of India, here in Dubai. So choosing between status quo and action, unleashing ambition and asking what future black swans might swim through our paths, all topics we will discuss today. So our next guest, delighted to bring up in a moment, the world's first Minister of Artificial Intelligence. He was recently listed as one of Time magazine's 100 most influential people in artificial intelligence, alongside Elon Musk and ChatGPT creator Sam Altman. Please give a very warm IGF welcome to His Excellency Omar Al-Allama. How are you? Nice to see you. So, Your Excellency, I asked ChatGPT to write a haiku about you. Is it okay if I read it?
Please, yes.
Omar guides the code, UAE's AI beacon, innovation's path. Not bad.
I think humans still are not at risk to be replaced by AI. If that's the best it could do.
There's not too many syllables there in a haiku. So, Your Excellency, you said something in your interview with Time magazine, I want to quote. You said, when humanity used to depend on coal and wood fire for energy, there wasn't any Minister of Energy. When it became paramount to ensure that energy production and energy distribution, every single government in the world has appointed a Minister for Energy. You've said the same happened with telecommunications, and you believe that AI is at that same level now. So give me an example of something that you've seen just in the last few weeks that makes you believe that statement is true.
I think that's a very important question, and the reality is we don't need to look at the past few weeks. Let's look at the past few years. The honest truth is each and every single one of you, everyone in this room and most people beyond this room, cannot live without artificial intelligence. All our questions are being answered by AI, all our content is being fed to us by AI. Even our shopping today, if you shop digitally, it's an AI engine that drives that for you. If anyone, whether it's in the UAE or in another country, said that we're going to stop or not allow you to use these tools, how will it impact your quality of life? It's going to have a detrimental impact on your quality of life. This is the fact of the matter. That's why countries like India, for example, went to the non-conventional path of creating its own platforms, which I think is very smart and really the way that many countries of that size need to go. Now, in that sense, AI is driving the economy, AI is impacting society, and AI is today the technology that is enabling people to go into the 21st century in the right way. Governing it in the right way, regulating it in the right way, and developing certain fronts in the right way is really the only way to go. The UAE has worked on developing its own large language model. As you know, we have Falcon and Jace today that are equivalents to ChatGPT or Llama, for example, from Facebook. And they are open source tools because we do believe that all governments need to look at this seriously and we need to lead the charge as the UAE.
So I want to come back to some of those Arabic large language models in a moment. You were on stage recently with the Indian Minister for AI, a great friend of IGF, Ravi Chandrasekhar, at the UK's AI Summit recently. I wonder when you think we'll see an AI minister in every country in the Middle East and Africa.
Well, I don't want to be the person that people point back to and say, you made that statement and you were wrong. So let's look at it this way. 2017, when I was appointed, it was very lonely. So if we had a convention for ministers of AI, I'll be talking to myself. Today, there are at least 2 other ministers of AI in the world. So there's one in Spain, and there's another one in the UK, or an equivalent to that in the UK. I do believe that we are going to see it. The issue is the actual bureaucratic process in certain governments to appoint a minister for a new mandate differs between country to country and region to region. I have no doubt that this is going to be the most important thing that governments need to deal with and tackle in the future. However, I cannot give you a specific timeline. If it were up to me, I think we're already late. So if it were up to me, I would say the clock is ticking and we need to see a lot more of them very, very soon.
Interesting. Okay, so obviously trust, fear are some of the issues that have been bubbling around when we talk about AI. On a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is, I'm worried AI will enslave us all, and 10 is, we have nothing to fear, welcome our robot overlords, where do you put yourself?
I would put myself as 5.
Okay, all right, why is that?
Because I can't afford to be anything lower or higher. Because, look, my job as a government official is to be in the middle, dead center. Try to look at all the opportunities and grasp them, and try to look at all the challenges and regulate against them. If anyone answered this question and they were a government leader looking at this mandate and they said anywhere under 5 or above 5, I think you should be concerned.
All right. So if you imagine a timeline where perhaps the end of it is when computers, superhuman AI, we have AGI or beyond, artificial general intelligence, matching or maybe exceeding human intellect, and the beginning of the timeline is now, how fast do you think we'll get there? When do you think we'll see superhuman intelligence?
So the catch here, or the thing that we need to look at, is what do we define as intelligence first? And second, what capabilities are we defining here? If the capabilities are maths equations, for example, then not just artificial intelligence, computing is already better than us at that. So the ability to a calculator or scientific calculator, whatever you want to call it, can do much better than most humans in the world, probably any human in the world, right? If we look at certain tests that we put for human beings, like, for example, the bar for legal associates and people working in the law field, or, for example, the medical exam, I think that these systems can do much better than human beings, and they might be seen as very, very smart. Does that mean that they're better than humans is a question. My view is I tend to believe that AGI is still far away. And
how many years?
Well, it depends on which timeline you're talking about. The UAE's timeline, so we as a country live in dog years. So what we achieve in 1 year, most countries achieve in 7. That's what I see.
Not to be humble.
I try to state facts. So the answer here is, if I tell you 10 years, the 10 years in our timeline might be 50 years or 70 years in other timelines. We believe that it's at least 10 years out. We really plan our years. So we have, for example, a Vision 2071 for the next 50 years or so. And I think AGI is still, in the horizon. I cannot see it coming closer. However, people working in the field have a better view. So we are engaging with them continuously to better understand what's happening. Will we have narrow purpose artificial intelligence that is going to really either wreak havoc or create incredible opportunities for people in the coming 2 to 3 years? Absolutely. And our job is to engage as countries to ensure that people are not disrupted in India or the UAE or in the US or other places. Because what people forget is disruption anywhere is, I think, negative for everyone. Because at the end of the day, we are connected. Whether we are connected through borders, whether we are connected through a digital landscape, or whether we are connected by our humanity, we need to ensure that we can work together.
It's been quite a week in artificial intelligence. Sam Altman, CEO of ChatGPT, was in, he's out, he's back in. And beyond that drama, there's actually something that's quite important here, and it's the issue around safety and how the board of ChatGPT looked at safety. I heard a version of this story, which in short was that it was the capitalists versus the catastrophists, and the capitalists won. What's your opinion on what happened there? We ask the tough questions here at IGF.
Yeah. Did ChatGPT give you this question, or was it one of your own? Okay. I don't want to give a personal opinion because I actually do know some of these individuals personally. What I will say is, in corporate life, usually there is drama. This is a fact. And when the cake is big enough, when the opportunity there is big enough and the size of the challenge, or let's say the positive financial outcome is big enough, there's a lot more drama, so it's magnified. You can easily extrapolate a very negative future by seeing what currently exists. Because as humans, we tend to foresee the future or forecast the future on a very singular exponential trajectory. So, if things are the way that they are today, this is how they're going to continue to go. I believe that it's very difficult for us to extrapolate the future in that sense. We need to look at things in a more pragmatic sense. So, am I concerned? I am concerned that there is turbulence, definitely, especially in this sector, which is a very sensitive sector. Although I do have trust, and maybe the IGF is the right platform for me to say this. Satya Nadella is an extremely capable CEO. Honestly, I think he might be, in the tech world, one of the top 5 CEOs in the world. And his ability to maneuver this storm and to get it all across the line in a very smooth and seamless manner gives me trust that things are not going to go south anytime soon. Because we do have these individuals that are able to steer these ships in the right way.
I mean, speaking personally, it was worrying that 2 of the people who were booted from the board were women, and they've been replaced by 2 white men. And I know that diversity in AI is something that you think about quite carefully, so I'd love to hear your approach to inclusion and diversity in artificial intelligence.
Well, look, in corporate boards, generally you have a lot more white men than women. This is a fact, right? And this is across most boards. Does it mean it's the right thing for us to have? Absolutely not. But it will take some time for, I think, the world to start to really balance things out in the right way. And I think there will be more women coming to STEM, there will be more women coming to technology. And one of the things that reassures me is Mira Murati from OpenAI is a woman, and she's actually a very, very capable technology leader today. We are seeing more women that are taking leadership roles in these companies, not because they are women, but because they are the most capable. And this is the sign that we need to look at when we look at where the future is heading. Now, with regards to the board of ChatGPT, I think we need to really look at what the board does in its first meeting, in its first year, before defining whether that was a good move or a bad move. I don't want to talk about individuals. With regards to how we look at diversity, so one of the reasons why we volunteered for Falcon, for example, and JACE, our large language models, to be open sourced, is because the biggest issue that we have today is when you try to eliminate bias, you actually are trying to eliminate our differences, and especially for governments. Think about it this way. If I bring an American LLM and try to deploy it in a country like India, it makes absolutely no sense because you're trying to remove all biases against people that are Indian in the US to make it more holistic, right? But there are some nuanced biases that are really good for these systems to understand. They need to understand how Indians live, what the culture is, how people are, for it to be deployed in India. If it's a closed source tool, you can never do that. So for it to be open source, it means that you will be able to train it in a way that will ensure the positive biases for your culture, for your populace is there. There's another thing as well. The weightages that are given with regards to whether or the temperature as well, whether the system is factual or whether it's creative, whether it actually takes in data that is being fed or actually believes that whatever it had before is the fact, is important for us to look at, because I don't think there is going to be one tool that everyone's going to use. ChatGPT is going to be a great general purpose LLM. The people are going to go for general questions. But I do believe that there are going to be models in India that are going to be cutting edge. I do believe that there are going to be models in Africa that are going to do the same. I think the UAE's view on this is, whether it's JACE, whether it's Falcon, or any of the others that we are developing, we want the world to be able to use it as their own, without us trying to infer our bias or to have the colonial mindset of saying, we know best, take that product and use it. Actually want to say, we want to work together, you can help us make it better, and let's build something for all of us.
So I think it's really interesting around the approach that you've done there in Falcon, JACE, as you mentioned. Tell me some of the challenges that you've seen as those large language models have been developed. I know dialects is one issue. What are the other challenges you've seen?
There are so many challenges. I think there's a plethora of challenges. I don't want to go into all of them, but let me give you a few. The first is, there is a rate of diminishing returns as you develop these algorithms and these LLMs. You can develop one and be cutting edge today in a very short period of time. As the technology advances, as computing advances, as even more people go into the field, you realize that people can close the gap with regards to what you built versus what already exists in a very short period of time. So this is a issue. Who can afford to keep building these? A sovereign state can. Maybe some of the largest corporations in the world can. But some countries that don't have the resources like the UAE cannot. And that is why for us, again, going back to this, making it open source is paramount, because we understand that it is going to be a challenge that people are going to face. Another challenge is talent. To be absolutely honest, there is not enough talent in the world working in this field. The third challenge is data. And with data, everyone can go and scrap the internet and use that data to train these large language models. However, I must ask, because I don't have the answer, how much of the internet's content is Indian data or in the Indian language? I don't know. Is it enough? I'm sure it's not nearly as enough as we want it to be. If we want it to be the most capable, how do we ensure that people produce more content? There is a way for people to create data, like synthetic data, and then use it to train these models. But then there are some nuanced problems that you're going to go and face when dealing with a tool that was trained on synthetic data that might include gibberish, that might just include things that are, let's say, the vanilla service, right? It's just content for the sake of content rather than real content. And for countries the size of India, when you have over 1 billion people, you can create content in your dialect, in your language, with your cultural requirements. But for smaller countries around the world, you cannot. So we will go through this phase of building tools that completely forget people from different corners of the world. I think that we need to be very cautious not to do that.
You spoke about talent there, and I was looking at some of the pictures of the first graduating class here of the University of Artificial Intelligence here in the UAE. Delighted to see that the 2023 valedictorian was a woman, and that the graduating class comes from 25 different countries, including the UAE, China, all across Africa. Tell me what your hopes are for developing talent through the university.
So the Mohammed bin Zayed University for Artificial Intelligence is a university that really is taking capability first, I think, as a requirement, but also diversity as a key enabler for that university. Today, the model that we took is not a quantity model, it's a quality model. So you see, the number of graduates is not as big as most universities, but the quality is extremely high. One interesting thing is, if you look at the UAE specifically, and I can talk about the UAE example here, if you look at the graduates of our universities, we have the highest graduation levels of women in any country in the world. So most, I think, if not all women in the UAE actually graduate with a degree from high school and then go into university, they're enrolled into university. And if you look at the distribution, more women go into STEM in the UAE than men. So in a very short period of time, the same way that we saw, for example, a woman lead our Mars program and our space program, Her Excellency Sarah Al-Amiri, the same way we saw a woman create Falcon, for example, the large language model, her name is Ibtisam Al-Mazrou'i, and you see a lot more women actually leading the technological charge forward. I think in the region also, we are going to see more women come into power in technical spheres, which I think is going to naturally mean that this technology is going to be more inclusive. As a government, we need to push forward. So we are doing programs specifically dedicated towards women. But my view, and I'm saying this with humility, it's much easier to convince a woman to go into STEM than a man. And maybe a challenge that we are going to face in the near future is getting more men in STEM.
All right, that's fantastic.
I don't know if you should be optimistic about that. But
So let's talk about regulation, because AI is a very broad field, right? It covers so many things, from large language models to autonomous cars. Tell me how you view this issue of regulation and how regulation should be different for different sectors.
I don't know if you read this somewhere or this was a personal question from you.
Personal question for you.
Okay. So I've been calling for this. I've been saying that many calls for regulation of AI are non-starters. And I've been saying this for a few years. And the reason why they're non-starters is It's as if I told someone I'm going to regulate a field of computer science, or I'm going to regulate electricity. You don't regulate electricity, you regulate where electricity is used and what are the outcomes. AI is a field of computer science. It is very difficult for you to have one set of regulations that cut across all its use cases. The second thing is the impact of AI differs on geographies. So I'm sure the Indian stakeholders in India that are looking at the impact of AI in India will see much different challenges to India than I'm seeing in the UAE because of demographic differences, because of the differences in the job classes that people have and the type of jobs that they have, as well as the maturity of the technology. So self-driving cars today are very mature, but they're not ready to go to market for many different reasons, whether it's infrastructure readiness, whether it's technology readiness, whether it's regulations, or so on and so forth. Large language models are here with us, and they're currently creating a disruption. What does it mean for India? What does it mean for the UAE? Is a question that we need to be asking ourselves. And then finally, you have specific tools that are so broad in their use cases that the question is, how do you regulate them? How do you regulate computer vision? You know, I think you need to regulate where it's used. For certain things, it's actually really good. For other things, it might be controversial. So we need to have more nuanced conversations on the regulation side. And we need to look at it as an output-focused regulation rather than a very broad-based regulation. And that's something that I've been calling for continuously. I'm happy that the UAE is included in many of the global dialogues, whether it's the UN Secretary General's high-level advisory board on artificial intelligence, or the World Economic Forum's body on AI governance, or many of the other bodies. And this is what we are constantly calling for. We need to do more on that front.
Are there certain areas of AI that should be agreed on, however, by the world? Like we regulate nuclear weapons, for example, or we try to regulate issues around climate change.
Autonomous weapons is one of them. And I think we also need to look at the potential for harm. When the potential for harm crosses borders, is significant enough that all of us agree this will actually harm us if it's in someone else's hands. So how do you look at it? It's not whether you possess the capability. You think about it in the sense that if someone else possessed this capability and they can use it against me, will I allow for it? And if the answer is no, we need to work on regulating that across the board.
So, you know, we're just days ahead of COP. There's been a lot of discussion about how much AI can help us solve this climate issue. Where do you see the benefits of artificial intelligence in terms of helping us manage the damaging effects of climate change?
Fantastic question. And I think there's lots of synergies or similarities between climate change and AI. One, if we look at the similarities, climate change is not an issue that a single country can tackle on its own. Everyone needs to tackle it together. The same with artificial intelligence. I don't think the problem of AI governance and the uses of AI in the positive sense can be tackled by a single country. We need to actually work together because it crosses borders, right? The same way climate change actually crosses borders as well. It's a timely issue. So the more time that passes, the bigger the problem gets. It's the same between climate change and with artificial intelligence. And then finally, it's a very difficult issue to tackle using human capabilities on their own. So with climate change, the amount of data that is being generated across the world by all these sensors cannot be analyzed by a human. It's absolutely impossible. Just think about it this way. And this is not on the climate front. Okay, I'm going to give you something on the engineering side. An engine from a Boeing 747, or any airplane for that matter, produces 10 gigabytes worth of data for every minute of flight. If you actually ask a human to analyze that data, it's going to take a long period of time. Imagine if you want to do that for all of the airplanes in the world, to understand all of their emissions, how to make them more efficient or effective, and what the impacts are going to be. It's impossible for us. Even if we had all the talent in the world, it will be very difficult for us to do it without AI. With AI as well, the problem is the same. So as these tools learn and get better, the only way we'll be able to audit them and actually ensure that we understand what they're doing is by leveraging AI to oversee AI. And that is something that we've been calling for as the UAE. We think it needs to be a pragmatic approach, leveraging technology to combat the issues that we are seeing.
We've seen a lot of hope coming from the first and second stages of the internet, social media. We've also seen some real disappointment. How can we ensure that the benefits of AI go to everyone, that we see it as an inclusive technology?
Is this a global question or a local question?
Well, I think about it for the countries, for the poorest countries in the world. So how can we make sure that we extend the benefits of AI to include those at the end of the road?
And by we, are you talking about humanity or are you talking about countries?
I would say humanity.
Okay. So, why I ask you these questions is because if you want humanity to ensure that this technology is a positive technology for everyone, then all of humanity needs to be involved in this discussion. Today, unfortunately, the only way that they're actually onboarded is by seeing movies like The Terminator and movies that show you that AI is really bad. So the only way that they can engage is to tell you, no, we're really scared, this is going to take our jobs, this is going to bring the apocalypse, and that's it. Not enough is being done to get people to understand what this technology technically is, what its capability is, and how it's going to change the world. And I think we need to do a lot more of that. Now, to ensure that it's going to be a positive technology, this is a question for governments, right? And in governments, the answer, I would say, the first answer is, if you want to make sure that the technology is a positive technology, you need to eliminate ignorance. Ignorance within the decision-making process of governments that will ensure that if I take a decision, I understand the ramifications and the repercussions it's going to have across generations and across the board. And now, I want to say two things here, and I think I want to say something just relating to India and the UAE. When do you feel optimistic about the future? You feel optimistic about the future when you believe that the cohort of government leaders that are leading the charge are enlightened, are aware, and have the right amount of humility to understand when they don't know something and they tap into the private sector. India possesses that. Right? And I've seen it. So you mentioned Minister Chandrasekhar, who is a dear friend. Just his knowledge on technology is really, I feel like he's an ocean of knowledge in this field, and he's able to really steer this discussion forward, whether it's through the AI Safety Summit or many of the other summits. But it's not a unique thing that only Minister Chandrasekhar has. If you look at the Indian cabinet, whether it's Mr. J. Shankar, Mr. Vishnu, or some of the others that I have interacted with, you realize that they have this sense of enlightenment to be able to steer this discussion. Now, my question, I don't want to talk about the UAE because I think I'm biased and people know this, but my question is, how many other governments possess the same level of expertise and knowledge? If the answer is too little, then you should be concerned for that specific question. If the answer is many, then we should be optimistic.
And what do you think?
I don't want to comment.
All right, that's good because we've actually run out of time, but I want to give you a massive IGF thank you for joining us here at IGF here in Dubai. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I promise to give a shout out.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to give that shout out.
You can give the shout out.
You know, my favorite gift are books. And I know that an event is worth it when I get a book. So I just received a book called Unboxing Bangalore by Prashant. And I believe that you can tell a lot about the book from its cover. And this book is a very beautiful book that I'm looking forward to read. Thank you.
Excellent. That was a good shout out. Thank you so much. Right. All right, Mark, over to you.
Oh,
all right.
Love that. Love that. Leveraging AI to oversee AI. You know, on YouTube, there's whole influencers devoted to unboxing new technologies like the latest Apple. Well, we're going one better. Prashant, get up here. Come on. Prashant Prakash, partner at Excel. Give him a big round of applause. Where is he? Bring that. Oh, he's doing it. He's doing a photo. Hang on. He's doing a photo. He's had a bit of a plug with His Excellency, having a little photo taken. Let's unbox it. Big round of applause for Prashant. Unboxing Bengaluru, the city of new beginnings. Did you know, Prashant, there's this whole thing among influencers. They sit there, they unbox their latest Apple, and it's really exciting. This is... Where's the book, by the way?
I've just given
We're
all
going
the
to
books
show the book, but first, we're going to give you a little sneak preview. Are you ready?
In the universe, everybody knows Bangalore.
जो बैंगलोर है ना, बैंगलोर कर्नाटक है, बहुत सुंदर जगह है सर, सभी लोग रहते हैं इधर.
I feel it's a very chilled out city.
Bangalore is a city of hope.
I think it's a city of ambition.
It's a city about the future.
First word that comes to my mind is freedom.
City of comfort.
I've always been very grateful to the city.
Home.
Belonging.
Harmony.
The tech happens.
The new Silicon Valley.
Reminds me of London.
The best place to experiment is Bengaluru.
I think everything we do in Bangalore is world class.
I won't exchange this for anything else.
Yeah. It's got me buzzing. The city of, what's your favorite word? This just one word. The city of, if you had to, you've written it.
Yeah.
Give me a word, the word for you, because there's so many.
I think it's the city of dreams.
Yeah, the city of dreams. It's often synonymous with technology, isn't it?
Right.
Prashant, but it's so much more than being this tech hub.
Yeah, so I think, just to give you a little bit of, background on why this book, right? So to start with, I think the story of modern India, and especially in the last 3-4 decades, I think has to be presented and comprehensively covered, right? And you can, of course, write about the whole country. But I thought Bangalore is a good proxy for New India, right? So, and when you have something more small and tangible, like a city, I think it's easy for people to understand, what's changed, what's transformed. But I think to come to your question right now, I think it's not about it being about a tech hub. I think what people want to understand is what makes Bangalore Bangalore. What makes the people of Bangalore different from somebody in London, right, or San Francisco, right? So I think that multi-layered kind of unpeeling of what really the city is about is what.
And what sets apart those who live in Bangalore from London, from the rest of India, from the rest of the world? What is it?
I think you've got to read the book for that. No, just for it. So
we're not going to give it all to you for free.
Yeah. No, I think so two things, right? One, I think it's a city that has got created in the last. Most of the other cities in India, whether it's Delhi or Chennai or Mumbai, I think the last 150 years, they've had a lot of legacy, and sometimes that legacy and that history is great, but I think it also does not kind of give space to something new, right? And what has made Bangalore different is that the same kind of things that made Silicon Valley in the last 40, 50 years, right? So if somebody wanted to do something that's new, if somebody and this started with, in fact, our first Prime Minister, right? So where was the first spacecraft, the first aircraft built in India? It could have been done in Delhi, but I think the Prime Minister, Mr. Nehru, said that, there should be, he somehow thought Bangalore can represent India's future. And that's how, he kind of built the initial industries that built India's first aircraft and spacecraft. So I think it kind of started there, but it's just kind of compounded from there, where you can argue that if there are, like, let's say, 10 material things that have influenced modern India, Bollywood and the Indian stock market aside, the rest 8 are from Bangalore.
Yeah, I love the way that the book tells the story about people. So it's the journey of the book through people's stories, and you get a sense of that from the video.
Right.
Why did you take this bottom-up approach?
Yeah, so I think we spoke to about we had 600 interviews over 3 years. So there's a lot of people whose thoughts and inputs have gone into this book, because I think people don't want to understand necessarily Prashant's view of the city. I mean, that's important. That's one dimension of it. But I think what people really want to understand is Bangalore is basically 4 generations already. You had the first generation, which I said was when we had the public sectors come to India to get built in Bangalore. Then you had the IT revolution and the BT and the biotech revolution, when you had Kiran Mazumdars, the Narayan Murthis, the Infosys of the world get built. Then you had the startup revolution, and then you had more recently the digital public goods and the Aadhaar and some of those that got built. And at an underlying layer, you've also seen the city become the philanthropic capital, right? So there are all these dimensions, and you want to get to
it's got a real heart, hasn't it?
The city with a heart, and
yes.
is what we also say. So, and you want to understand why did certain things turn out to be the way they've actually
How is that
transpired.
philanthropic side changing the way that the city's evolving, would you say?
So I think that actually is at the very core, and we talk about it in the book, right? So when people make money, and there's of course an aspiration in all of us to create wealth. I think what has differentiated with or set Bangalore apart is what people have decided to do with the money that they've made, right? So I think we there have created a new paradigm in the city where putting money to good use or a purpose. So there's the whole the global giving pledge that Warren Buffett started, right? There are 5 people from India who made that, and 4 of those 5 are from the city.
And also what sets Bangalore apart is it's a place where women feel safe, they feel liberated. What's the essence of Bangalore that has allowed that to happen?
So I think, I look at Bangalore as a sandbox, right? It's a sandbox for future India. And what you want is an India where there is diversity, right? Where you can celebrate different cultures and actually, get the best of India in one place. And I think that's something largely we have achieved. If you want the largest Durga Puja, which is a big Bengali festival outside of Calcutta, it's not going to be in any other city. It's going to be in Bangalore. So that best of India coming together and giving that safe space, I think, is what has differentiated. And because it's this sandbox or this melting pot of future India, if you have to launch a new brand, if I'm an FMCG company, they first launch it in Bangalore. Because what you understand from the Gen Zs, from the millennials in that city is it is a microcosm of larger India.
And on the Gen Z, because the book looks at how the city is molding the Gen Z generation and how the Gen Z generation is molding Bangalore.
Yeah.
What did you discover in that? That must have been an absolutely fascinating
I think
part of this.
we spent a lot of time about, the lives of young people in a city, right? And especially people who have left their roots from different parts of the country, when they come to a new city to pursue their dreams, they find their partners, they find new purposes in their lives. How do you kind of a little bit unbox some of that? And I think you will see a lot of this in this book. We talk about startup couples, for example, right?
Yeah.
That's a very unique set of people. So there's a lot of those which are very unique to what's happening in the city.
Every city, of course, has challenges, and it would be remiss of us not to look at the challenges that Bangalore, despite all its wonderful attributes, faces. I like this: 5G software, but 2G hardware. This is infrastructure, isn't it?
I think
there are bottlenecks. How's that going to hold it back?
See, I think we have a lot of fault lines.
Yeah.
I think urban India has challenges that you see in the air in Delhi to the traffic in Bangalore. There are a lot of challenges. I think what has let Bangalore down is governance, right? It's governance not of any one particular government, or I don't think you need to fault any one specific person, but I think leadership in our cities is woefully lacking. And you just heard the minister here. I think we need people with that kind of clarity of thought to not lead just the Department of Commerce in Delhi, but we need that kind of leadership in our cities today, right? If we have to build modern India and make it livable for our people, right, then we need the right leadership in our city. And that lack of that has created a lot of fault lines.
And if we want to build a more vibrant India, to keep Generation Z and everyone that's not working 24 hours a day, you need vibrant public spaces. And would you say that the cultural vibrancy of Bangalore needs to be strengthened?
Yes. I think cities become great economic engines, and we all should kind of take pride in India. But I think what we also need to ensure is that the youth can have spaces where they enjoy the culture of the city. And here I would like to give a shout out to one of the more recent museums that called MAP. It's been 20-25 years since a modern museum has been built in India, right? And this gentleman Abhishek Poddar actually built the Museum of Art and Photography in Bangalore. And so we need many such things. So we need we need to really learn how to ensure that generation after generation we do what it takes to preserve that culture and get more people to relate to that culture and engage with that culture. And I don't think we do enough in our cities.
What's your message? Because this, of course, is online. You can watch this. Hello, everyone who's watching this on the IGF website. What's your message to expats, to globetrotters who are looking to relocate and have got a choice of some of the most exciting cities in the world? Why come to Bangalore?
Yeah. So I think future cities are going to build around, like I mentioned, people having big dreams and entrepreneurs who have the capability to execute on those dreams and build large outcomes from those dreams. And I think there the quality of entrepreneurship and the quality of talent that is there in Bangalore is where I think the city has the ability to stay relevant, not only for the next 5 years, for the next 10, 15 years. And if you want to be part of this new dispersed innovation ecosystem that exists, so innovation is going to be no longer limited to one Silicon Valley, right? It's going to be dispersed. I would argue that the most open city, the city with which has the ability to attract the best English-speaking talent from across the world, the best weather, and like I said,
that's not London, is it?
It's not London. So it's people with a heart. I think it's Bangalore, and that's why I would say people should come build in Bangalore for the rest of the world.
Yeah,
thank you.
Big round. Yeah, that deserves a clap. How long does it take to write this book?
3 years.
3 years.
Yes.
In the whole 70-hour work week, 3-day work week, how many hours were you putting in per week, per month, per year for the last 3 years?
So I was just I was just joking to somebody that we're all big fans of Narayan Murthy's 100-hour work weeks.
Yeah, you're a fan of that.
Yes, big fan of
so
that.
the youth of today, get down and work.
Yes, so you can do a lot more. You can multitask a lot more.
You're a big fan of hard work.
Yes.
When can we buy it? When's it available?
So
When's it on the bookshelves?
Yeah, so you can pre-order, but the 30th of this month, it'll get shipped from Amazon.
Brilliant, well done. And final question, what did you take away when you've written something so incredible, Prashant? What was the big takeaway for you? Because you must now be a different person, having interviewed 600 people. I mean, it's incredible the time you put into this. You must just be in love with the city. What was your big takeaway?
So I think the biggest takeaway for anybody who's spoken to, like you said, 400, 600 people, is that people really love the city. They've just not had a platform, a foundation to come together and give back to the city. And so during this process, I also realized the need for that and created something called the Unboxing Bengaluru Foundation that helps people who otherwise work in silos within the city to come together and have a platform to give back to the city. So this resulted in, and this is like any other entrepreneurship, right? You start with something and you end up with something. So now I started with this book and ended up with the foundation.
The quote on the front is a must-read for anyone seeking to understand India and its place in the tech world. We have unboxed Bengaluru, the city of new beginnings. Get out there. Buy it when it's released, and a massive round of applause for Prashant. All the hard work he's put in.
Yeah, I'd like to thank IGF and Manoj.
Yeah.
This is family. So IGF is like almost Indian global family. It's not India Global Forum. So thank you for
big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, brilliant. Well, I'm stealing this copy. Don't tell anyone. You're going to sign this for me, Prashant. Right, I want to introduce Arti Subramaniam, who's going to come to the stage and introduce our next guest. I'm not going to steal your thunder, Arti. This is for you. Big round of applause for Arti.
So much, Mark. Thanks. Right, the Gujarat development model has, of course, garnered international headlines. There's been a lot of praise and even the occasional controversy. The state is extremely industrialized. It contributes 8% to the country's GDP. And it set itself this very, very ambitious target of becoming a $1 trillion economy by 2030. Now, we have with us a man who is going to be instrumental, perhaps, in the state achieving that target. He's one of the youngest ministers. He juggles a lot of portfolios, 9 of them, so I'm sure he's got more than a 70-hour week. And we have Mr. Harsh Sanghvi with us. He's the Home and Industries Minister of Gujarat, among the several other portfolios that he manages. And he's going to be talking to us today at IGF. Please have a seat. So, Mr. Sanghvi, thank you for coming here. Thank you for speaking to us.
Now the country's first fintech city, India's first operational tech city with a special investment zone, the new hub for global finance and IT, the country's first international exchange. Let's celebrate 20 years of vibrant Gujarat.
20 years of vibrant Gujarat. We are going to, of course, be discussing that. It's an upcoming event in January. I'm sure you're very excited for that. Lekin pehle गुजरात डेवलपमेंट मॉडल की थोड़ी बात करते हैं। काफ़ी चर्चा होती रहती है गुजरात डेवलपमेंट मॉडल की। जब प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी सीएम से पीएम बने तो काफ़ी लोगों का कहना था गुजरात का अब क्या होगा। 10 साल बाद क्या ब्रांड गुजरात वही है जो पहले था?
सबसे पहले गुजरात को समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है। वाइब्रेंट गुजरात और वाइब्रेंट गुजरात की स्टोरी ये बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग है। 2003 में जब प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने वाइब्रेंट गुजरात देश के सामने इंट्रोड्यूस किया, हज़ारों लोग उसको क्रिटिसाइज़ कर रहे थे। कई कंपनीज उसमें पार्ट लेने में उनके स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स की ओर से, कई और जगहों से, दे वर फेसिंग सेवरल इश्यूज। लेकिन गुजरात ने किस प्रकार से गुजरात के पूरे सिनारियो को चेंज किया, ये समझना बहुत ही ज़रूरी है। देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने 2003 में जब वाइब्रेंट गुजरात की शुरुआत की तो 2003, 2005, 7, 9 ये स्टेप वाइज गुजरात ने अपनी पॉलिसीज़ को चेंज किया। गुजरात ने वर्ल्ड में प्रोडक्ट्स क्या चाहिए, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर्स में स्कोप कहाँ पे है, और वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर्स के अंदर अपनी पॉलिसीज़ को चेंज किया। तो हम हर रोज़ सीखते हैं और हर रोज़ अपने आप को चेंज करते हैं। वाइब्रेंट गुजरात की शुरुआत तो हुई, लेकिन वाइब्रेंट गुजरात के साथ साथ गुजरात में जिस प्रकार से इंस्टीट्यूशनल सिस्टम्स में बदलाव आया और वो इंस्टीट्यूशनल सिस्टम्स पॉलिसी ड्रिवन स्टेट बना। और पॉलिसी ड्रिवन स्टेट कभी भी प्रधानमंत्री जी गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री थे तब जिस प्रकार से चल रहा था, आज वो देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं, लेकिन जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने इंस्टीट्यूशनल सिस्टम्स बनाई थी वो आज भी गुजरात में उसी प्रकार से चल रही है। आज गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल के मार्गदर्शन में ये साल 10वीं जनवरी से ये वाइब्रेंट गुजरात की शुरुआत होगी। UAE हमारे पिछली 2 वाइब्रेंट गुजरात से पार्टनर्स हैं, ये साल भी वो लोग हमारे पार्टनर्स हैं। और गुजरात में पिछले 20 साल में बहुत ही बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट आया। FDI में गुजरात में सबसे ज़्यादा, देश का सबसे ज़्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट गुजरात में आया है। गुजरात आज 40% से ज़्यादा कार्गोज गुजरात के पोर्ट से एक्सपोर्ट्स होते हैं। और ख़ास तौर पे गुजरात सभी तौर से, मैंने आपको बताया, इस प्रकार से पॉलिसी ड्रिवन स्टेट है। और ये अपने आप में अगर आप देखोगे तो आज भी देश का नंबर 1 राज्य है। चाहे वो इंडस्ट्रीज़ की बात हो, चाहे वो टूरिज़्म की बात हो, चाहे वो ईज़ ऑफ लिविंग की बात हो, चाहे अपने आप में गुजरातियों की बात हो, वो अपने आप में मेहनत करने वाले लोग हैं। अभी आपने बताया, मेरे से आगे वाले स्पीकर ने जब बताया कि 100 आवर्स अ वीक, गुजरात के लोग मेरे ख्याल से 100 आवर्स अ वीक सालों से काम करते हैं। और आप जो बता रहे हो कि गुजरात आज भी टॉप है या नहीं, तो ये 100 आवर्स अ वीक हम लोग ने तो 20 साल पहले देखा था। 110 आवर्स से ज़्यादा काम हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी पहले से 20 साल पहले से कर रहे हैं, और वो सीखते सीखते हम लोग आगे बढ़े। तो हम सभी लोग उनके विचारों से और उनके विजन से आज भी गुजरात को आगे ले जाने के लिए मेहनत कर रहे हैं।
आई डोंट वांट टू से दिस, नारायण मूर्ति ने 70 आवर्स बोला, आप अभी उसे 70 से 100 बना रहे हो, 100 से 110 बना रहे हो। आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी मोर आवर्स एवरीवन वांट्स अस टू वर्क, बट
नहीं, मैं ये नहीं कहना चाह रहा हूँ। मैं ये मान रहा हूँ कि हमारे में जितनी कैपेसिटी है उतना काम करना चाहिए।
तो ब्रांड
काम मजदूरी से नहीं करना है, स्मार्टली वर्क करना चाहिए, चाहे वो 100 घंटा हो या 110 घंटे हो। उन्होंने 70 आवर्स बताया है। मेरे से पहले वाले स्पीकर ने जब बताया कि 100 आवर्स अ वीक की जो बात थी, तो मैं ये बता रहा हूँ कि गुजरात में जब प्रधानमंत्री जी गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री थे तब से हमने 100 घंटे प्रति सप्ताह काम करते हुए उनको देखा है। तभी गुजरात आज ये लेवल पे आया है। और गुजरात के लोग भी इसी प्रकार से मेहनत करते हैं। ये गुजरात के कहीं ना कहीं ब्लड में है, हम लोग मेहनत करने वाले लोग हैं। और तभी हम लोग कहीं ना कहीं वाइब्रेंट गुजरात तो आता है, इन्वेस्टमेंट भी आता है, लेकिन लोग हमारे वहाँ इन्वेस्ट क्यों कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि गुजरात के लोग पीछे सभी जगहों पे मेहनत करने वाले लोग हैं और वो कहीं ना कहीं हार्डवर्क में मानने वाले लोग हैं। तो हमारे वहाँ इन्वेस्ट करने वाले का फायदा इसके लिए भी ज़्यादा होता है।
Well, there are quite a few investors here and I'm sure they'll take note of that.
मैं गुजरात में एज एन होम मिनिस्टर आई कैन एश्योर कि आपके इन्वेस्ट किए गए सिंगल पेनी वो गुजरात में सुरक्षित हैं। और एज एन इंडस्ट्रीज मिनिस्टर आई कैन एश्योर कि गुजरात में इन्वेस्ट किए गए एक एक पेनी का आपको सही दाम रिटर्न मिलेगा।
Yeah, that's a good message for potential investors. कुछ ही दिन पहले अखबार में एक खबर छपी थी और हम इस पंच पे थोड़ा ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ चाहते हैं, तो मैं आपको ये पूछना चाहती हूँ, इज गुजरात वूइंग टेस्ला? आर वी गोइंग टू सी अ टेस्ला प्लांट इन गुजरात? आर वी गोइंग टू सी इलॉन मस्क इन गुजरात एनी टाइम सून?
देखिए, आप आज़ादी से पहले से देखिए, आज़ादी की चलवल जो चालू हुई वो गुजरात के साबरमती में कहीं ना कहीं एक बहुत ही बड़ा चेंज आया। तो गुजरात के ही हमारे गुजरात के ही महात्मा गांधी जी थे। देश को एक रखने के लिए जिन्होंने बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण काम किया, आज हम स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी के रूप में उनको देखते हैं, वो सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल गुजरात के थे। नए भारत का सपना देखने वाले और उसको एग्जीक्यूट करने वाले देश के प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी गुजरात से हैं। तो मैं ये मान रहा हूँ कि आने वाली सब नई शुरुआत जो देश में हो रही है, उनमें से कई महत्वपूर्ण शुरुआत गुजरात से ही होगी।
तो शायद टेस्ला की भी शुरुआत गुजरात से ही हो।
मैं आपको यही बोल रहा हूँ कि बदलाव की शुरुआत गुजरात में और गुजरात के लोग साथ में मिलकर मेहनत करके आगे बढ़ाते हैं।
You heard it here first. As much as he could reveal that little nugget, we are going to take that and keep a close eye on what happens in Gujarat. लेकिन आपने 2003 की भी बात की जब
मैं आपको एक चीज़ टेस्ला को लेके एक तो करना चाहूँगा। एक तो गुजरात में अगर आप बेचराजी मांडल पूरा कॉरिडोर जो है ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनते जा रहा है, चाहे वो मारुति हो, टाटा हो, इवन कई ऑटोमोबाइल्स का जो सेक्टर है वो गुजरात में बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से ग्रो हो रहा है। और हमारी जो ईवी पॉलिसी है वो वन ऑफ द बेस्ट है देश में। और मैं ये मान रहा हूँ कि गुजरात ईवी ऑटोमोबाइल्स के अंदर एग्रेसिवली कहीं ना कहीं नए इन्वेस्टमेंट्स के लिए हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं और मेहनत भी कर रहे हैं। तो मेरा ज़रूर से मानना है टेस्ला नहीं और ऐसी कई और कंपनीज जो गुजरात में आने वाले दिनों में उनका जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्लांट है वो पॉसिबल है कि गुजरात में चालू हो सकता है।
Okay, that's an important little nugget there. आपने 2003 की बात की थी जब वाइब्रेंट गुजरात की शुरुआत हुई थी। कुछ ही महीने पहले प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने कहा था कि जब शुरू हुई थी तभी सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर्स आने से इनकार करते थे, फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर्स को धमकी दी गई थी कि आप इधर मत आओ। आप इस पे क्या कहना चाहोगे?
देखिए, मैंने आपको बताया पहले ही कि 2003 में जब ये शुरुआत हुई थी, यहाँ से मनोज भी मेरे ख्याल से जो 25-50 लोग जो पहले वाइब्रेंट गुजरात में थे उसमें से मनोज वॉज ऑल्सो देयर। उन्होंने देखा था कि अहमदाबाद के एक छोटे से हॉल में ये शुरुआत हुई और किस प्रकार से आज ये ग्लोबल फोरम्स में कहीं ना कहीं देश और दुनिया के लिए एक बहुत ही बड़ा नेटवर्किंग सेंटर और सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ के लिए वाइब्रेंट गुजरात एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण फोरम आज बना है। उसके बीच में उन्होंने बताया था कि ये 20 साल की यात्रा कैसे रही। अभी हम लोग ने कुछ समय पहले ये सक्सेस ऑफ दिस वाइब्रेंट गुजरात हम लोग ने 20 साल का एक अहमदाबाद के अंदर जो ये कार्यक्रम ऑर्गेनाइज था उसके अंदर ही प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बताया था कि ये 20 साल गुजरात के लोगों के साथ मिलके किस प्रकार से मेहनत हुई, किस प्रकार से गुजरात के लोगों ने रात दिन देखे बिना ये सभी कंपनीज को एक्सेप्ट किया। बाहर से आने वाले लोगों को हमारे वहाँ ये कंपनीज आती है तो कोई जगह पे कोई भी इंडस्ट्रीज में हमने कभी स्ट्राइक्स नहीं देखी है। हालांकि इंडस्ट्रीज द्वारा भी ये सभी लेबर्स का बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से ध्यान रखा जाता है, लेबर लॉज को भी बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से फॉलो किया जाता है, लेकिन कोई स्ट्राइक्स नहीं, किसी प्रकार का प्रॉब्लम नहीं, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर्स की बहुत ही अच्छी व्यवस्था है। उसके कारण कहीं ना कहीं हमें 20 साल में ये इन्वेस्टमेंट्स लाने में सफलता प्राप्त हुई। जैसा मैंने आपको बताया कि ग्लोबल मार्केट्स में जो स्पेस है और जो कहीं ना कहीं डिमांड्स है उसको कैटर करने के लिए हमने हमेशा एक स्टूडेंट के तौर पे ग्लोबल मार्केट को हमेशा स्टडी किया और गुजरात ने उसके मुताबिक पॉलिसीज़ बनाई और वो पॉलिसीज़ को अच्छी तरह से एग्जीक्यूट किया। उसके कारण आज गुजरात में वाइब्रेंट गुजरात आज भी बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल फॉर्मेट में चल रहा है। लेकिन ये 20 साल की जो यात्रा थी वो बहुत कठिन थी। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब स्टेज से बताया उनके जो एक्सपीरियंस थे वो सही तौर पे मेरी उम्र के गुजरात के युवाओं के लिए सही तौर पे ये 20 साल उनके और उनकी टीम द्वारा जो मेहनत की गई है उसके कारण आज गुजरात के युवाओं का भविष्य उज्जवल बना है। गुजरात मात्र गुजरात के युवाओं को नहीं, वाइब्रेंट गुजरात से आने वाले इन्वेस्टमेंट के कारण गुजरात देश भर के कई राज्यों के युवाओं का भविष्य का जो उन्होंने सपना देखा होता है वो सपना को साकार करने के लिए गुजरात लाखों युवाओं को नौकरी दे पा रहा है, उसका मात्र और मात्र कारण वाइब्रेंट गुजरात 2003 से जो शुरुआत हुई थी, उसके कारण जो इन्वेस्टमेंट्स आए, और वो इन्वेस्टमेंट्स के कारण आज जो इंडस्ट्रीज डेवलप हुई है, उसके कारण हम लाखों युवाओं को रोजगारी दे पा रहे हैं। लेकिन ये 20 साल की जो यात्रा है वो सही में कठिन थी, और सबसे पहले तो 2003 से 14 तक की जो यात्रा थी वो सबसे कठिन थी। कहीं ना कहीं कई गवर्नमेंट्स की ओर से ना सहयोग मिल रहा है, जैसे आपको भी पता है, जैसे भूतकाल में लोगों ने सुना है कि किस प्रकार से लोगों को डराया जाता था। लेकिन आज अगर आप वो कंपनीज को जाके पूछोगे, वो कंपनीज ने कई और स्टेट्स में, कई और कंट्रीज़ में जहाँ पे इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है, तो मैक्सिमम कंट्रीज़ का एक ही जवाब होगा कि गुजरात में सबसे ज़्यादा रिटर्न मिला है, और गुजरात में सेफ्टी के साथ साथ इंडस्ट्रीज़ एकदम अच्छी तरह से चल पा रही है, चाहे वो लेबर्स की बात हो या सब बात में। तो मैं ये मान रहा हूँ कि वाइब्रेंट गुजरात, जो लोग फ्यूचर इन्वेस्टमेंट इंडिया में सोच रहे हैं, जिन्हें मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर के अंदर कहीं इन्वेस्ट करना है, उनके लिए वाइब्रेंट गुजरात बहुत ही अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है, और वाइब्रेंट गुजरात जरूर से एक्सप्लोर करना चाहिए, और वाइब्रेंट गुजरात को थोड़ा समझना भी चाहिए। ये कठिन यात्रा जरूर से हमने पार कर ली है, लेकिन हम आज भी बैठे नहीं हैं। हम आज भी इस प्रकार के ग्लोबल फोरम्स के थ्रू लोगों को मिल के, उनको समझ के, उनकी बातें सुन के हम सीखते हैं, और सीख के हम आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं।
हमने वाइब्रेंट गुजरात की यात्रा की बात की, आपकी यात्रा के बारे में थोड़ा बात करते हैं। You were 27 when you were elected an MLA in 2012. अभी आप you're 38 years old, if you don't mind me telling everyone your age. And आप 9 मिनिस्ट्री संभाल रहे हो, 9 मिनिस्ट्रीज if I'm not mistaken. आप कैसे करते हो? और मुझे ये बात बताइए कि आपकी पॉलिटिक्स बहुत जल्द शुरुआत हुई, तो अगर इतने सारे युवा हैं जो सोचते हैं कि पॉलिटिक्स में करियर नहीं है, या तो सोचते हैं हम पॉलिटिक्स में क्यों ही जाए, आप उनको क्या कहना चाहोगे?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, आप भले पॉलिटिक्स में आओ या ना आओ, आप जो फील्ड में काम कर रहे हो उसमें अच्छे लीडर बनो। चाहे आप इंडस्ट्रीज चला रहे हो, चाहे आप कहीं पे भी जॉब कर रहे हो, आप अच्छे लीडर बनो, और अच्छे लीडर बन के आपके साथ साथ और लोगों को कैसे आगे ला पाओ, वो जरूर से सोचना चाहिए। दूसरी चीज़, कहीं ना कहीं हमारे देश में युवाओं को एक परसेप्शन है कि पॉलिटिक्स में प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं मिलता, पॉलिटिक्स में पॉलिटिकल फैमिली से नहीं हो तो आपको चांस नहीं मिलता। मैं ये मान रहा हूँ कि मोदी जी ने ये पूरा परसेप्शन चेंज कर लिया है। मैं एक नॉर्मल फैमिली से आता हूँ, मेरी फैमिली में मेरे फादर मदर, मेरे दूर दूर तक कोई भी रिलेटिव पॉलिटिक्स में है भी नहीं, और मैं ये मान रहा हूँ तब तक आने वाले समय में मेरी फैमिली में से कोई पॉलिटिक्स में शायद आएगा भी नहीं। एक युवा के तौर पे सोशल सर्विसेज करते करते ट्राइबल एरिया में मैं काम कर रहा था। हमारे वहाँ ट्राइबल एरिया में सिकल सेल एनीमिया करके एक बहुत ही बड़ा, कहीं ना कहीं ट्राइबल एरिया में उससे लोग इफेक्टेड है। तो उससे काम करते करते प्रधानमंत्री जी जब गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री थे तब उनको मिलना हुआ, और एक छोटा सा चांस मुझे मिला, मैं यूथ बीजेपी में काम करने लगा। यूथ बीजेपी से मुझे 27 साल की उम्र में एक सूरत सिटी की एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी से मुझे चुनाव लड़ने का अवसर मिला। हालांकि मैं बहुत छोटा था, मुझे बहुत ही अच्छी मार्जिन से वहाँ से चुनाव जीतने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ। धीरे 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 हमने काम करते कैसे काम किया जाता है मैंने सीखा, और सीखते सीखते आज मैं गुजरात स्टेट में एक मिनिस्टर के तौर पे काम कर रहा हूँ। मोदी जी को कोई अच्छी तरह से पढ़ेगा या देखेगा ना, तो उनको और कोई बुक्स पढ़ने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। वो मैंने उनको बहुत नज़दीक से एक मीटिंग में हम लोग जब बैठे हुए थे तब उन्होंने बहुत अच्छी बात की कि पॉलिटिक्स ये मात्र ऑपोजिशंस पे आरोप लगाना, गंदी सी पॉलिटिक्स करने, स्टेटमेंट देना, ये पॉलिटिक्स कभी नहीं हो सकती। पॉलिटिक्स सोशल सर्विस है, और सोशल सर्विस क्या हो सकती है? तो ये सब छोटी छोटी चीज़ें उनसे सीखने मिली, और सही तौर पे मैं ये मान रहा हूँ कि आज के समय में सभी युवाओं को पॉलिटिक्स जो सोच रहे, जो समझ रहे हो, आप लोग दूर से जो देख रहे हो, ऐसा पॉलिटिक्स नहीं है। जितना पॉलिटिक्स घर में होता है ना, उतना पॉलिटिक्स हमारी रियल लाइफ में सही में नहीं होता। पॉलिटिक्स ज्वाइन भी करना चाहिए, और अगर पॉलिटिक्स नहीं ज्वाइन करना है तो आप जो फील्ड में हो वहाँ अच्छे लीडर बनो। मैं ये मान रहा हूँ कि जहाँ पे भी आप लीडर बनोगे आप अच्छी तरह से किसी ना किसी को मदद कर पाओगे।
Absolutely, that's a good message. We're completely out of time, but one rapid fire question. Home or industries, which one's more difficult to manage?
Both.
Okay, thank you so much, Harsh Sanghvi.
But of course home.
Okay. Thank you so much. Sit off now. Thank you.
So yeah, I know you're going to bring on the chairs.
Gujarat's embrace 35 lakh entrepreneur space. MSMEs thrive in this dynamic space. Gujarat has become the home to more than 35 lakh industries, more than 98 Fortune 500 companies in operation. Employment is being generated for millions of people from more than 28,000 factories. Let's celebrate 20 years of vibrant Gujarat.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward, creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
Hey everyone.
You will be asking questions and I will be answering you. Is that the way?
We invited some high net worth individuals
Hi.
to know their thoughts on wealth management.
Yeah, perfect.
I don't just want to see my net worth grow. At the end of the day, my investments have to add value to my life.
I believe in making innovative investments, leveraging every opportunity in the market. It's one thing to create wealth. It's another to sustain it over a long period of time.
My family business making its mark across the globe. That's my singular goal for the future.
For me, it's important to leave a lasting legacy. Something that can nourish my kids, grandkids, and of course, great-grandkids.
I need a solution that has all my financial assets and resources working together in a single comprehensive plan.
With the rapid growth, my financial landscape has evolved dramatically. This requires someone with in-depth knowledge to help me navigate my finances. Now, sustaining what you have built with your hard work, that's exactly a challenge for my financial advisor.
I need someone who understands the intricacies and the complexities of the global financial world.
My wealth has grown, and so has my understanding of the responsibility that comes with it. I find it important to have someone by my side who can share that responsibility with me.
Nuvama Private's tailor-made, personalized approach assures that my wealth is aligned with my specific objectives.
I know that my money is being put to the best use possible. Nuvama Private manages the finance with the same unwavering commitment to the vision that I have set for my business.
They listen carefully, understand, and help in craft that perfect future that you have imagined for yourself.
With Nuvama Private, I found a sense of reliability.
Who wants to talk about black swans? Put your hand up. Put your hand up. Who wants to talk about black... What, is that it? One hand? Come on, let's have some vibrancy, some energy. Yes. Actually, you can't talk about black swans because they're unexpected events. So Why are we doing this panel? Because we've got the experts to tell you what the next imminent black swans are, even though you can't predict black swans. First, we're going to have a chat, 10-minute chat with Mohandas Pai. Then we're going to get the panelists up. So this is a fest of black swan chat, preparing you and your businesses to mitigate those risks. Mohandas, get on stage. Mohandas Pai, chairman of Arin Capital Partners, to give us his wisdom about black swans, what's coming, what isn't, what should we be worried about, and how should we prepare for it. I suppose there's a certain kiddery going on here, Mohandas, because you can't predict black swans, but that's exactly what I'm going to ask you to do. On your worry list, black swans essentially unpredictable events, high impact. Grey swans, which would include they're known, but they're thought highly unlikely. And of course, white swans, predictable and can be anticipated. So we'll talk about the whole range, black, grey and white. But let's start with black. What are the black swans which you are most worried about?
Well, we saw the pandemic in the first place, but we need to understand how the world is changing tremendously. We are in the midst of the digital revolution. 15 years ago, we had the internet, and that created a whole new world. Because 250 years ago, when the industrial revolution started with the invention of steam engine, we saw the domination of Europe and the decline of Asia. Now in the digital revolution, and let me give you data to tell you what the impact will be. Out of 8 billion people on the planet, 5.5 billion people have a mobile phone, about 5.3 billion people on the internet. So business models have changed. And the speed of change is enormous, and in the next 7-8 years is going to accelerate. So when you have the digital revolution, you have a world which is interconnected. On top of that, we have AI and quantum computing coming. I was in a fintech forum in Singapore recently, and the discussion among global experts was, what happens when quantum computing and AI come together? And they said it could happen in the next 2 to 5 years.
Yeah.
And they said that with quantum computing, all the crypto cores on which the global financial system runs could be broken. Then I asked an eminent banker who's handling this for a major global bank, what do you think of the security threat? And he said, I asked my cybersecurity people, what do you think? And they said extinction. Now that is a real threat.
Yeah, it is.
Because please remember, they also said that hackers have taken the emails of a large number of people and kept it away so they could test it when quantum computing comes. And that to me is enormous. I'll explain a couple of more things then we understand, because I think it's important to understand the mega trends. We could have a pandemic, and that could be a black swan, right? But that is a once in 100 years. We don't know what's going to happen.
The man who's an expert on black swans, who wrote the books on Nassim Nicholas Taleb, he said it wasn't. He said COVID wasn't a pandemic because it was predicted that a pandemic would happen. Maybe at the timing. That's semantics, but it's definitely included on our list of swans, whether it's black or grey.
You know, the next thing that's happening is about global aging.
Yeah.
You'll be very surprised that the UN has said that the world population will be 11 billion people by 2100. Now the best estimates are 9.6 billion people. Today we have 8 billion people. And we see populations decline in many parts of the world. China saw a decline of 0.43% in the population last year. Only 9.6 million babies were born. We've seen a decline in Japan, where the population is declining by 800,000 people a year. 35% of Japan is above the age of 60. And you're seeing happening fertility come down in India. India is 2.0. India's population could start declining by 2045. And we're seeing happening in Korea, in Russia. In the United States, we're going to have the Hispanics become the majority community. So when the human race itself sees aging at such a rapid scale, what happens to all these countries? What happens to social system? Something could break.
What happens to the labour markets, to social systems, to economic growth? And you've got youth bulges. You've got bulging youth and aging population.
Yeah, the bulging youth will come in Africa. India's bulging youth is already there right now, will pass away. And the third part, which I would say, is about climate change, which all of you know. Climate change will impact the energy markets. Energy is a $4 trillion market, right? And where are we going to get the energy to sustain ourselves? What is going to be the impact? I think much has been written. And the last thing is about geopolitics. This decade will see the shift of economic power from the OECD to the emerging markets, because we are $112 trillion in GDP. In the next 10 years, the emerging markets are going to go faster. Europe may grow 1.5%, US 2.5%. When there's a geopolitical shift and the rise of a great power like China, we are seeing the impact of that. Will it lead to an actual war? Will it lead to maybe, like somebody say, the use of nuclear weapons by Putin? There could be many things. So this century, I mean, the next 10, 20 years are the years when we're going to see rapid changes happen in the globe due to many reasons. And the rapidity of the change is something that all of us don't know. And those could lead to many...
How do we deal with we, businesses, individuals, entrepreneurs, rapidity of change? I love that, rapidity of change. What's your answer?
I think the answer is very clear. People at the top should understand the forces that are moving this change forward, and they should set up groups who will study them and keep them prepared.
Yeah.
For example, the digital revolution. Business models are changing very, very rapidly, because the industrial revolution created the global supply chain where you required transportation, pipelines, financial services, retail, wholesale to connect producers to consumers. Now they're all on the web, right? I start a business somewhere in a remote place. I connect to all the people who are on the web immediately. So what happens to traditional businesses? What happens to cost structures? Big businesses could disappear in 2 or 3 years if new models come up. Maybe the market will expand, but those things can happen all of a sudden. What happens to the global financial system if quantum computing come in? So I think we got to ideate all this. We got to think about it and put up the kind of moats that are required to protect ourselves. But I honestly feel it's a losing battle.
Yeah, I just had a black swan event. I opened this bottle, it exploded all over me, and it was high impact. That was a black swan event. I thought it was still water, it was sparkling. There you go. Black swan events are kicking off everywhere. Just before we get the panel up here, I want to just stick your hands up to all. I'm just going to say each topic that Mahandas said. Stick your hand up if you think that's the biggest potential black swan event. We'll just do a little straw poll. Let's start with the digital revolution, the onset of AI. Put your hand up if that's your number one black swan worry. Okay, got a handful of hands there. What about aging? What about aging? Aging populations, demographics. Okay, AI winning so far. Climate change. Climate climate disasters, that's interesting. Geopolitics, I mean, that's such a big thing. We already know the world is awash with geopolitical issues. Interesting. So I'd say climate change is the biggest. Surprised by that?
No, I'm not saying climate change is the biggest, because people have got to be around to feel the impact of climate change.
Yeah.
If populations age and the entire global population comes down by 2100, well, you're not going to be around to feel the climate change. So I think aging and the loss of fertility is the big issue for humanity today.
Yeah.
Because climate change happens over thousands of years. It's going to happen. The seas may rise maybe 5 meters. Maybe New York, London may be impacted. You have to come to Bangalore, we are 1,000 meters up.
Mahandas, come and sit here.
Okay.
I'm moving to the end. Then I'm going to introduce all our panelists. And one by one, you sit next to Mahandas and go that way. So firstly, Faisal Kotikolan, founder and chairman of KF Holdings. Faisal, come and sit there. Big round of applause. Vimal Shah, chairman of Bidco Africa. Bhaskar Ramesh, director, Google India. And Haresh Vaswani, managing director, Talarum Group. At the end, sir. And also we have Ambassador Amina Mohammed, who is founder and president of Trade Negotiations Investment Forum, who joins us virtually. Ambassador, let's start with you, because you're virtual. You're the only lady on the panel. So in the interests of diversity, I should 100% come to you. So thank you so much for joining us today virtually. Ambassador, I hope you had an opportunity to listen to what Mahandas had to say. What do you have to add to that list of worries? I mean, forget calling them black swans. They're a list of worries. What do you have to add to that list? What black swans are on your worry list right now?
Well, thank you very, very much, and I am extremely delighted to be part of this panel. I'm not too excited about the fact that I'm the only lady on the panel, because if you talk about black swans, the population that's most affected is actually women and children, and so I'm sorry that I'm the only one that is on the panel, but for me, I would say the same thing. I would say that today, climate is one of the biggest worries. On the continent, obviously, our biggest worries are around conflict and peace building, but also the youth bulge. Those are issues that we are dealing with. Obviously, for many of the issues that we're talking about, you can actually, it's about just managing the risk, I guess, preparing better, continuous improvement, assessment of situations, and looking at historical factors to just ensure that we're building the necessary, foundations, but also planning ahead of time, so that we enhance the capabilities of our organizations, institutions, our governments, to deal with these issues, build resilience, continuous monitoring of all the events that are happening, especially geopolitically today. I think that is, it truly was a black swan for me to see some of these wars that erupted because they were so unexpected. And not just one, but several of them. So all those, I think, are issues that we must deal with. Obviously, definitely decrease the impact of those black swans, and make sure that we build on resilience of communities, of societies at the lowest levels, because they're the ones who feel the impact the most.
Yeah, Ambassador, fantastic. I'm going to come back to you in a second to drill down on some of your black swans, climate, conflict, the youth bulge. I'll just skip Mahandas for this bit, and then we'll come back to Mahandas. Faisal, we had a lovely chat yesterday on Zoom where it's super inspiring, telling me about COVID and the impact of COVID and what you're doing. But before we get to that, Faisal, I think it's important we learn lessons from prior black swans. And one of the big black swans was the global financial crisis, 2008, 2009, 2007, 8, 9. What are the lessons, Faisal, we should have learned, we have learned, and maybe we haven't learned from prior black swans like the global financial crisis?
Thank you. I've seen two black swans. One is the financial crisis, and the last one is a COVID. And I think financial crisis happened because we are not prepared. I think we all became too relaxed, borrowing money, spending money, living outside our means. And I think that was one of the biggest challenge that happened in 2008. People, when I was doing my MBA in finance, we've been taught by the professors, if you have 1 rupee, you borrow maximum 1 rupee. Ideally will be debt equity ratios 0.5:1, correct? So today, that is completely changed. Today there is no boundaries, no rules. Somebody is willing to give you 1:20, you take it, and you buy mansions and houses and aircrafts and boats. And I think we have a problem of not governing all these laws, correct? I think human beings have seen multiple issues as we move forward. And I think we need to have a control on lending, on borrowing, and also educate people how to live within means.
Can you see another GFC? Could we see another global financial crisis in our lifetime?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, really.
I mean, the US has got $33 billion. I mean, if people don't buy their bonds, what is the US going to do? Yeah. I mean, you see what is happening today? The US has $33 billion of debt. $30 trillion of debt on $26 trillion of GDP.
Yeah.
They have a deficit of maybe $1.72 trillion a year. Now, if the rest of the world doesn't buy their bonds, what's going to happen?
Yeah.
I mean, that's real, right? The West is borrowed up to here.
But we've been talking about the Japanese debt explosion for years.
Yeah, but it's all internal debt. It's all internal debt.
Yeah.
Japan is internal debt,
isn't it?
Yeah, here is about 9 trillion is external debt for the United States.
Would you concur, Vimal? Could we see another global financial crisis in the next 5-10 years?
Absolutely possible. I think the issue around talk about US, the US would create a war, right? Simplest way of getting out of a recession is to create a war.
We like Vimal. He says it how it is. It's happened before.
It will happen again. It can happen again. I think it's the same thing with petroleum. And I think the whole thing around money and is a big thing, right? Which currency is your base currency? Is it dollar or is it something else? That could create a war. The other one is a religious war, right? I'd say it bluntly. There could be a big religious war in the world.
Yeah.
And that we haven't seen yet.
I don't want to...
It's a black swan, so we don't know what we don't know.
Yeah. We've got so much to chat about. Bhaskar, AI. Let's just cut to the chase, because you're the guy, you're at Google, you're in the weeds. Keep it simple. Extinction event, it's going to take all our jobs. Bill Gates says, oh, we're going to work 3 days a week. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Where are we headed?
Yeah, I think Mohandas already added a lot to it, but absolutely, I think right now I'm with Google for the last 11 years, and this is the most profound technology that human beings are really inventing today. And I think let's take it back to this little bit of lesson in history, right? For the sake of the audience, basically internet was a technology with the US defense a long time ago, 25 years back, and then a TCP/IP protocol was invented by Tim Berners-Lee, and then the HTTP protocol has happened, and then the World Wide Web emerged, right? And then the browsers like Netscape Navigator, Internet Explorer has actually started, and that just brought what is geeky tech in the hands of people like you and me, right? We can write www and then access the world's information at your fingertips. Now, and then the mobile revolution happened. That's considered the second shift. And in fact, Google was the desktop company, and it has to pivot the entire company towards mobile. And today, everything works brilliantly on mobile. And what we call AI is like the third big shift. Why? Because AI has been in the works for the last 7 decades. But today, what we are talking is the browser moment, right? Whether it is Bard from Google or ChatGPT or Copilot, all of them are browsers which actually are putting the technology, the massive technology power of AI in the hands of people like you and me. So just to double click a little bit more, think of it like what we are saying is like, and there are two sides to AI. Think of it like a left brain and a right brain. Yeah. So your left brain is like the analytical AI, and it is very good at synthesizing data, prediction. Even if you're using Google Maps today, you are really leveraging an analytical AI and ability to kind of predict what's next. But all this buzz, and which is the most important one for us to acknowledge, is the right brain kind of AI, which is the generative AI, which has become really good at creating and conversational, right? And the combination of these two can potentially reimagine businesses and reimagine business models, can impact our work, our life, and everything we see around us.
For the best.
Absolutely. I think so. I think it's the most, it's going to be the opportunity of our lifetime.
Maybe. It depends on where you are.
Yeah, in fact, it is why I'm sharing is because, yes, I think it is the biggest alpha trend which is impacting and shaping and accelerating every other trend and the black swan moments that we just spoke about, including climate change, right? The UN IPCC has actually shared we need to reduce emissions by 43% by 2030. Now, AI, we recently did a report with Boston Consulting that AI can actually reduce 5 to 10% of the emissions, on its own, just by doing a majority of the things. In the interest of time, I can take a pause, but I think, I really think it's the biggest hope to solve many of the problems that we just speak about. But if there is one black swan moment, I think I'm not good at predicting, so that's not. I would have been in a different job. But I think complacency, and I really agree with Mohandas that Mr. Pai, that leadership, sense of urgency in embracing this is, I think, the biggest thing right now. To embrace AI and how it impacts businesses.
Yeah, really good. Haresh, what's the big black swan that's wandering across this stage where you're sitting?
I have a slightly controversial view, and my black swan comes from the past. It's still a problem now. It will still be a problem in future, and that's leadership around the world.
Which he just said, leadership, sense of urgency.
Yeah, he just said it.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, right, all the conflicts we're having everywhere now, is being caused by leaders. Leaders created this, and it's ongoing. Whether we look at the Russia-Ukraine issue, whether we look at the Israel-Hamas issue, the constant threat of nuclear war coming from Korea, the financial situation that we talk about, whether it's China, US playing its game, affecting the whole world, and you talk about climate change. If all the leaders in the world don't come to an agreement, we are where we are. There won't be a change. I live in Africa for the last 35 years. And why hasn't Africa grown? Primarily for me, it's just the leadership up and down the line. So unless leadership decides and say that we are leaders because we are of service to the people and not service to ourselves, we are where we are. So unless leadership changes in this world, these problems will carry on.
Ambassador, who are the leaders in Africa? As we know, the AU has just joined the G20. That was super exciting. That was, one of the big accomplishments of this G20 presidency, of which there were many and of which we will discuss them all in the coming days. Who are the leaders in Africa who are going to combat climate change, resolve conflict, deal with the youth bulge, manage this risk?
Well, because of the impact that climate has had and continues to have on the continent, I think that all the leaders of the continent are, kind of realizing that they must rise to the occasion. If you just take an example of Kenya today, and Vimal is there, my compatriot, and he knows that we have serious floods in the country that have affected everything, absolutely everything, from the movement of goods, the movement of people, to the provision of services. Everything has been affected. Just before we had the floods, we had drought, right? And before that, we had a cold spate that was neither here nor there, right? And so I think the leaders are kind of rising to the occasion, but I agree with the last speaker that most of the problems that we are facing today are problems that are caused by bad leadership, unprepared leadership, and a leadership that does not even listen. And so we need to address the issue of leadership, but on climate, I think that we find that Africa is actually at the forefront. We had an African summit on climate here, and Vimal, I think, was present at that summit, where we agreed on a declaration that would make all of us extremely, extremely proud. I think the only danger that one faces, the only black swan actually for me, is that that declaration will just remain a declaration, because the rest of the world, the rest of the globe, will not rise to the occasion, taking advantage of the unity of the continent on the issue of climate and the need for the rest of the globe to support the measures that the governments of Africa have identified as being critical to their survival. So leadership is very, very critical. We need to address that. I think it's been the failure of the entire globe, not just the continent, but the entire globe. But on climate, I think we're getting our act together. We've made a lot of progress, and I hope that we'll continue making that progress into the future.
Thank you, Ambassador. Stick your hand up if you think the leadership is bad. This is global, and the leadership is unprepared. Stick your hand up. Let's do a quick straw poll. Really, okay. Okay. Oh, now we're getting a bit brave. Yeah. Okay. Right.
Two hands.
Who had the stat? It was you, Basker. Before you say your stat, I'm going to give you my stat about elections and about leadership. Next year, there'll be more than 70 elections. 70 elections in countries that are home to 4.2 billion people. That's more than half the population. What was the stat?
8 billion.
I think one in every 3 people on the planet will vote.
Right.
For someone.
Let's cut to Vimal. As we like Vimal, like we said, because he shoots from the hip. If Donald Trump wins the election, is that a black swan?
No.
And what does he do with his second presidency? Answer me that question.
I should ask you that question, right?
I'm the moderator. No one cares about me.
I think
they want to hear your view.
I think it doesn't matter. Even if Donald...
Really?
I tell you what, Donald Trump coming in probably is a very big plus sign, because today there is a lack of credible leadership in USA. Okay?
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but that's my view. I think the key issue around black swans is not that black swans, you got to get prepared for them. I think it's the Credible leadership we're looking for is responsiveness to anything that happens. And our fast response, adequate response, and how we handle it. Whether it's in companies, whether it's in private life, whether it's in governments, wherever, even if it's a disaster, right? The point is we still sit in NATO. NATO means no action, talk only, right? We talk a lot. I'm not talking about normal NATO, but what people do is we've got this policy, and the politicians, excuse the politicians, they actually put it out and say that's our policy, but there's no action behind it.
Is this the general fault with multipolar organizations?
No, this is the problem that we talk about leadership. When you say leadership, it's not just a leader who's elected. I think it's every one of us. We're all leaders. I mean, not us only, but everybody in life is a leader. There's a leader inside them. But the responsiveness is what we're worried about. If you don't respond, whether it's in a company, whether you got a crisis, global financial crisis, pandemic, our responsiveness was very poor. And I think decision-making abilities were skewed. Number two, people were not listening. And probably, like you said, right, COVID-19 was predicted 3 years earlier.
Yeah.
It wasn't a black swan. However, the next black swan, we don't know. The point is, can we be prepared for anything that comes in and be, agile, be versatile, and say, fine, we can tackle it. What if tomorrow Google is obsolete? Sorry. I'm not saying. What if it's obsolete, right?
Can you answer that?
What if the US currency is no more a base currency for a lot of people? What if Visa, the Visa cards, I think the Visa is represented here, if Visa card becomes obsolete because, well, let's say UPI's taken over the world.
Thank God we've got Bitcoin, yeah?
So what if Bitcoin's gone and then all our data is now available to everyone on ChatGPT?
Data is gone.
What happens then?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying these sort of events are likely to happen, and therefore the question is, are we prepared for them? Anything you put on online or wherever, it's available to the world. I'm sure Google can, I know you officially won't confirm it, but they've got it all, right? So they can sell that information to anybody.
I have to give Bhaskar a chance to respond to some of those comments.
No, I think, let me reframe it. For example, I will come back to the fact that this is the most opportune time. Are we meeting the moment? That's the question I would ask to all of us, all businesses, including Google. So, if you look at it, the AI could be a game changer for any business. Historical advantages would not stay anymore. For example, there are 1,000+ companies who are AI startups today, and $47 billion have been invested in them like this year, right? So, and unlike in the past where the rest of the world was catching up to US, be it mobile revolution or be it internet, AI can actually start from a garage in Bangalore, right? Who could potentially disrupt any big business, in any part of the world of sorts. So I think it's also a biggest level playing field. Opportunity is available for anyone who wants to solve real problems and in a most meaningful way with radical solutions powered by tech. So I think it's an opportunity, and which is what makes it even more exciting. I would rather not be looking at how do we tame some of these problem statements and how do we mitigate this risk, but I would say how do we seize this opportunity, right? Powered by technology is the way I would look at it.
But Mahat just wants to go first, then back to you.
Look, we are in the age of digital monopolies.
Yeah.
And that to me is the biggest danger because everything comes into one or two companies. I mean, Google has got 93% global share of search. iOS and Android have got 98%, two companies, right? And similarly, global digital advertising is about two companies. Microsoft has got all enterprises. What happens if Google goes down? Somebody attacks Google, is something, it goes down. Everything is there. So, the diversification for risk mitigation in the digital world is not there. And we have digital monopolies with enormous amount of power who can use the data to control your mind. And our political leaders are unaware of the impact because this data is everywhere. For example, your data, my data is the United States, and that NSA of the United States has access to it. They know it. They know what we eat, what we do, where we are going to travel, what we do. And just imagine, please understand, if we are all shut out of the global digital system, we don't exist. We will not exist. So everything is getting concentrated. To me, that is the big risk. That's why I say the digital world and the digital revolution has created global digital monopolies. They are a big, big risk because if they come down, something happens to them, we don't exist. How can we connect? Airlines will stop.
We've changed the name of this panel to Attacking Tech Companies.
No, we are not that.
Forget Black Swan.
It's about a black swan. It's a black swan event.
Let's attack Google. No, I'm joking.
Before you go to Vimal,
please, Harrod, come in.
What's the backup plan?
What is that?
What's the backup plan?
There's no backup plan. Ask him. There's no backup plan. I mean, look, that's why I said...
Before we do ask him, Vimal, you wanted to say something, and then we give him the right to answer. We're a decent panel.
I think the problem with this is not what is suggested that this could go open. I think the problem is that everybody, if it's AI is a big disruptor, no doubt about it. But every company's got to get on top of it and surf the tsunami rather than be drowned and say, oh, I don't know what to do, I'm going to avoid it. Most people are resisting it, and I think that's important to say, fine, get onto it and start using it. Because it's, again, another issue, right? Tomorrow, a lot of production could be done by robots.
Yeah.
And you know, you don't have humans working.
I want to get Faisal in because I need to hear from him, because this is a man, a brilliant entrepreneur, a social serial entrepreneur who looked at COVID, who suffered, as we all did, from COVID, and decided, I'm going to do something. What did you learn from COVID, Faisal, and what are you building to help others for the next pandemic?
So what I've learned out of my life experience, I'm 61 now, as I said, there's a total imbalance in this world, correct? We are totally dominated by the US tech, the money, everything is dictated by them. The wars and the missiles all happen because of one country's dominance. I think it's time to move away, and I think it's catching up now, and that could be the next Black Swan event, could be. We don't know yet. But what I've done personally is something which we cannot control things. Don't be going for that. You control yourself. So I studied, 2 years of living at home. Modern science could not save any one of us. I went and learned Ayurveda. And I went to Kerala, my hometown, and I met a 19-year-old man called P.K. Warrior. And I asked certain questions because he was 99. And I said, how many events like this you have seen and you have survived so long? Correct? He said, yes, human beings are not ready for all these events now, health-wise. Correct? Our immune system is compromised, and that is because of so much of chemicals, every one of us are taking, and also it has been marketed heavily. So I got very fascinated, spending half a day with him along with my wife. And I also run a hospital, which is 20 minutes away from Kerala and Calicut. Hey, I said it's time for us to integrate something together. How do we bring both the science? Ayurveda, for example, is the oldest science of medicine from India to the world. But everybody said, it is not evidence-based, it's not scientific. And I asked these questions to Mr. Warrior, is it true? He said, it's not true. It is scientific, but it is a service for us. We didn't do this for money. We wanted to serve the humanity. So there was no need for us to go into all the research like modern science were doing it, because it's not for sale. Correct? So that really opened my eyes and ears. I said, look at this, how wise this man was talking. And that's what got me interested. So I'm building Tula. Tula is a balance, is in Sanskrit. It's a $100 million facility which is opening in June, integrating all forms of traditional and modern medicines together. And it's fully sustainable. It's a net zero environment. I produce my own food. First thing I developed was the water technology. I worked with Trivandrum Engineering College and developed the aquifer technology, the whole land.
What are some of the exciting technologies?
Yes. This is, Kerala gets a lot of rainfall, but most of the water drains back into the sea. And I said, how do we retain this water and pump it back into the earth, correct? So my water table level was 65 meters. Today it's 30 meters. So 35 meters water table has come up in 3 years. Not only my property, the entire neighboring wells have been risen now, correct? So this time we had less rain in Kerala. So this time I went to Tula. A lot of my villagers came to see me, to thank me. I said, what did I do? He said, no, we didn't have any drought this year, because the work what you have done is really percolated to all our wells, correct? So this is what I'm doing to prepare myself and the family and my friends for the next COVID, because I said, what we need is good food, we need to have good water, you can live a healthy life and don't take chemicals, So I'm moved into an integrative medicine. And this I wanted to expand to the world. The next one will be coming in Dubai soon. So thank you.
Fantastic. Big round of applause for that. Right, listen, I want to get you involved because I know you love your black swans. Stand up, one of you. Ask the ambassador a question. Come on, stand up, put your hand up. The microphones are there. Let's get the floor involved. Come on, I want you to be involved. We want some audience. Hello, sir. Tell us who you are. Tell us where you're from. Speak loud and clearly for ambassador. And let's get a question to ambassador.
So, good afternoon, Ambassador, Your Excellency. I am African, I am South African. So there's a bit of a bias when I ask. For me, Black Swan is, you know, when I listen to everybody talk about tech and everything else, I go back to most basic. For me, it's the rise of the have-nots against the haves. And I think when we talk about Black Swan events, the more the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting certainly poorer. And I think and this to me is a massive challenge. If you could integrate all of what you talked about, using AI to make the cost of availability of basic food essentials. And I think whether it's healthcare, whether it's basic food, I think there's something missing that maybe I'm just reading it wrong, but people talk about artificial intelligence and how to bring efficiency and how to improve the profit bottom line, rather than how to give access. So this is my take on what I think the next Black Swan will be.
Yeah. I mean, Ambassador, please just elaborate on, essentially, it's social inequalities.
And I think it wasn't a question, it was actually a comment that was made by my African compatriot. I agree with everything that he said. I think it all boils back to the same thing that we said. And it's not about leadership at the individual level, because actually nothing has been entrusted to you at the individual level. Nothing is expected of you to lead a revolution, to lead transformation in one's country. I'm talking about political leaders, actually, who have been elected and who came to the population with a mandate, an agenda, and we like the agenda and we vote for you. And you do not implement any of the agenda. And actually, for me, the tragedy has always been that a lot of work goes into preparing manifestos for our leaders, and yet those manifestos go to waste immediately after the election of the leaders. And what my South African friends talking about is true, that inequalities are much more in our countries today than they were 20 years ago, than they were 25 years ago, than they were 15 years ago. And there is a reason for that. I think that even the quality of leadership in some ways has gone down. We have stopped reading the signs of the times in our own countries, to see what really would work, what would drive our economies, forward. Our private sectors do a lot of good, but they need the policy frameworks. They need the laws that support them. They need the environments created. They don't need a tax burden that will kill the goose that lays the golden egg. So there are a lot of issues that go into creating the imbalances, the inequalities that we're seeing in our countries today. And I think everything that has been said is actually supportive of driving an agenda on the continent that will probably improve the situation that we are in now. AI, and it's true, I don't think anyone should be afraid of it. We should embrace it, see what actually it can do for us in the short term, in the medium term, and in the long run. What we're doing about health. In Kenya, for instance, we have the national, the Natural Products Initiative, which we started a few years ago. And what it said was that we should just go back to the basics. That our grandparents relied on herbal medicine. And that now the rest of the world actually sees the value in that. And since we have the source of the herbs that they were using, that we should actually go back to that and see how we can develop that for use by populations. And again, it's a pandemic. The pandemic created a very clear vision for many of us on the continent, but also globally. And so we're trying to do everything we can, and I really like the whole concept of creating new health facilities, new residential settlements to make sure that we avoid anything that would compromise the health ourselves and the people around us. So if we can use all these wonderful ideas and the technology that exists, everything that is coming to the fore right now because of the challenges that we faced in the recent past. In fact, those challenges are still with us. We don't know when the next one is coming. So if we can use all that, then it would be, I think, much easier to deal with some of the challenges that we are facing at that level where inequalities continue. Now, what will happen when machine technology takes over the economies of our countries? I don't know. Will those inequalities subside, or will they actually increase? So that's a question I think that we also need to think about. But increasing our resilience and ensuring that the impact of any black swan is limited to a bare basic minimum, I think is something that should engage all of us.
Thank you, Ambassador. Let's get a question for Haresh. We want to hear more from Haresh. Come on, be brave, be bold. Let's hear about your black swan. Stand up. Yes, lady there. Tell us who you are. Tell us where you're from. Question for Haresh.
Hi, my name is Sheena, and I'm also from Kenya, so fellow African.
Wonderful.
My question actually...
You should be answering it.
Sorry, so...
You won't ask me.
So my question is, everyone touched about AI and climate change, and a lot of the things that you've said. Now, AI takes a lot of energy. Kenya, again, my country, and this is a stat that's known globally, 93% of our energy is renewable. So if you're really talking about climate change, making a difference, why can't you bring your data centers and everything to Africa, to Kenya, use your renewable energy, create jobs for us as African, the youth, and the older people? You talked about the youth, the aging population. Kenya, Africa, we're young, we're green. But everybody talks about climate and climate funding and climate this. But take the dirty industries from the West and bring them to Africa using our renewable energy, but nobody wants to do that. So, I mean, I think that's my ask. If you really care about climate change, which is the green swan, AI, data, African data is not in the system, Indian data is not, it's all West driven. Why can't we do practical things like that, even though they're hard?
Haresh.
Great question. But when you talk about climate change, in the global warming specter of it, Africa only contributes 4% to the world problem.
Nothing will happen.
The balance, 96%, is all the industrial countries doing it. So we don't have a climate issue in Africa, right? If you want to bring data centers into Africa, one of the things that you need to have for data centers is a cooling system, because that's why a lot of them go to the cooler countries, because that's what they are required. The third thing we need to do in Africa is we need to fix our power, right? We lack power. I mean, I would say 75% of the population don't, when they wake up in the morning and switch on the light, there's no power. So can you imagine how they live? So unless certain things are fixed in Africa, and to your point about green capital coming in my opinion, the move has already been made. A lot of people have shown keen interest to come and invest in green energy because we have the climate. We have the God-given resources to do this, right? But it's now the capital that has to come in. The challenge of bringing capital to Africa is always the perception. Is it a safe country to do business? Is it a safe continent to do business? But moves are being made, and these moves can only be made when we work in collaboration with organizations like the World Bank, the IFCs, the Afri-Exim Bank, the African Development Bank, but it has to be driven by private entrepreneurship. I really don't have any confidence in the government doing this. Right? As an entrepreneur who's lived there for 35 years, this has to be privately driven. Without private initiative, we can't do any green change or any change in Africa.
I want final words from Bhaskar. I'm feeling bad, guys, because it did become a little bit of a let's attack the big tech companies. So you have 2 sentences to address this point, Bhaskar. Tech is in the hands of too few, which, as we say, could end up in tears, could end up being a black swan. Ease our nerves, the nerves of some of the points that have been addressed by our panelists.
Yeah, I think firstly, tech can be a very powerful force for social good, right? I think I just want very importantly to acknowledge that, even to the question that the gentleman has asked on how do we really take care of financial inclusion, right, for haves and have-nots. I do not have knowledge of Africa or Middle East, but in India, and Vijay Shekhar Sharma is here, and what he pioneered, right? Today in India, somebody with no education but with a smartphone can open a bank account in 7 clicks from a smartphone. 7 clicks and a bank account can actually be opened. And then within 3 minutes from the time you open, you can actually transact on the internet, right? And 300 million people have access to, now definitely payments, and then now financial, even loans, and where data is actually powering many people to kind of really join what was very available only for a few millions of Indians and all that. So I think, and secondly, even we talked about climate change, we look at what AI is actually powering governments to help with flood forecasting in a major way. If you look at it, more than 80 countries, 460 million people get flood alerts a week in advance. So all in all, whether it is climate, whether it is all of it, I think tech can actually be a massive enabler for change. As I said, we can look at it as how do we mitigate this risk, and I'm sure, as I said, like Google is still a 25-year-old company, and as I said, there are AI native could come in from any country. It's a level playing opportunity here. It's very important for us to look at, not just the black mirror, but there is a white mirror, and particularly more important for emerging economies where tech could be the biggest leveler.
I wanted to end it on a peaceful note, but Mahandas he's shaking his head. I mean, do I end it or shall I let him speak? Put your hand up if you want Mahandas to speak.
Let him speak. Let him speak.
He's got to speak, doesn't he? Final words.
We have something called digital public goods in India, where the payment system is a public utility. Now, these are not digital monopolies owned by big companies. Google has got 42% market share. Vijay has got some market share, etc. But we have created a platform which are owned by public authorities, which is the model for the world for Africa.
I agree.
If you have the model owned by one or two global companies, something happens to them, that's a big event. I mean, sure, he agrees to that. But India is a different model. I don't think any global company to take the benefit and say, hey, it worked in India, that's how it's going to work, because it doesn't exist anywhere in the world. Please understand. India created a very unique model.
But can we export that model?
Of course, the countries have to adopt. I mean, it's the best model for the emerging markets for everybody. But they don't want to do it because, you see, these people control the world. I mean, look, we got to be honest and real. 93% market share in search. What, Vijay? That's the monopoly, digital monopoly. They can shut you out. And who's going to debate with anybody? Twitter could shut you out. Twitter shut you out in the last election, right? And who could debate with them? Nobody. See, please understand, global digital monopolies are the biggest thing we've seen in the world in the last 100 years after the East India Company. They're all great companies. They want to change the world, do no evil. That is fantastic. And in doing no evil, they earn $60-70 billion a year, which is fantastic. They'll earn $100 billion in 2 years, which is fantastic for them. And we remain the poor guys who keep paying for it, and we are another power. It's a real threat. Please understand this.
My mother always said it's best to leave the party.
Totally agree with you. I think one thing that would affect it is geopolitics. Geopolitics going in and saying, okay, you're an American company, stop all over the world.
We're doomed.
Don't do it for the world. And then we don't know what to do.
My mother always said it's best to leave the party when it's going strong. Don't leave it when you're drunk at 5 in the morning. This party is going strong. We need to leave it. Give them a massive round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manda.
Wow. Thank you. Wow. Really good chat. Thank you all. That was brilliant. Let's get Edie to the stage. I need a drink. Thank you all. Yeah, let's get a photo. The Black Swanners. Oh yeah, let's get in the middle.
Well done. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much, Mark. Right. I've got a note for you, a bit of admin. Hold on to your badges, right? The badge that you have, if you're going to be here for the next few days, you'll need it. If you're done with it, you can return it to our friends at registration. Right. let's get on to our next section now. Our next guest is the founder and CEO of payments unicorn Paytm. And his story and that of Paytm's really echoes India's rise and its leapfrog or even catapult from an analog world to a digital one. He's raised money from Berkshire Hathaway, from SoftBank, from Alibaba, and his experience both leading a private company and now a public company is revealing. We're going to talk about his journey as an entrepreneur, a CEO, and now an investor. So please do welcome to the stage, Vijay Shekhar Sharma.
Thank you.
How are you? Come on down. Welcome.
Wow.
How's it going?
The last comment made by...
What do you think about that?
I think the large digital monopolies are here to be sorted out by the emerging nations. Else we will never come up to the occasion and rise up to the occasion. I'm very proud to say this, that as India, we have come up to the terms that there is an obligation to use the technology built by big ones, but there is also not an obligation to give in to that. So...
What do you think a country like India should do as a result of that? Should create your own Google? What should you do?
No, this is you don't require the same thing to be built by your domestic player. Instead, give that what has been built. Let's say if we are taking, large Western, Eastern, by the way, big companies can come from anywhere. So whatever they have built should be made available equally and without favor or without somebody's restriction. And then on top of it, what you build. So the governments, I think few minutes back, I remember there was a closed room meeting. The government should bring the big tech in the country to say that you are welcome in this country and you are supposed to support this country. You're not just going to take the fruits and the money of this country and treat us like a market, but support us and innovate in this country and then let us build something on this market. I think India is a model. The classic model sir talked about, digital public infrastructure, is actually the best model, because commercial organizations, in my opinion, one or other day, whosoever leads on the top could go not necessarily in the correct direction as a country's good goes. So DPI infrastructure. Yay. India model.
Okay. Right. So we're going to make sure we get the audience involved here in this one. So if we've got some questions from our esteemed colleagues here, please do get them ready.
Can I say one more thing? The audiences are in very, very cool space, like temperature-wise. This is pretty warm here.
So, well, let's start with some recent good news for you. Analysts last month I saw were making very positive noises. Jefferies expects you'll soon turn a profit. Paytm should rank among the world's most profitable fintech firms. And I should say, Paytm started originally as 197 in a phone directory, 2001. 10 years later, Paytm.
Yep.
2011. You listed in 2021, so it sounds like once a decade, big changes.
Yeah. Now 5 years, because I think 2025 will not be the same as 2021.
Okay.
#AI.
Okay. Largest digital bank in India, largest fintech. Goldman Sachs has said you're on the right side of disruption, dominant payments platform, a head start in these digital credit products. So what are you going to do to keep the analysts happy? What do you got planned?
First of all, I don't have to keep analysts happy. I have to keep my customers happy and my country proud of us. That's rule number one. And the sequencing is country, community, company, individual. No secret about it. Investors will get their due any which ways. In my opinion, investors get the dividend, which is the hard work of the people and the people whom you serve. So in that sequencing, I'm not going to say that I set it for any analyst. But that said, it is an opportunity to be in India. I go elsewhere. I come here. I go Western countries. And I think India is a place. The utopian statement, the American dream, I bet in 10 years people will say the great Indian dream, and where were you at that time when it was happening? And I think this is happening as we speak right now in India.
Interesting. So not so good news, however. Paytm shares have almost doubled this year, still down more than 50% from a $2.5 billion IPO in 2021. So why are the shares still down?
That's where the analyst needs to answer this, not me. But at the same point in time, I'll say that the world went through a free money ride, if you will, and the amount of free money that particularly United States printed and sequentially went to the rest of the world. So in private markets, even now in the private markets in India, the valuations have not got sorted out where it could have sorted out. But the same way, when we were private, we raised money at $20 billion valuation. I mean, that was not small. So things like that happen. But in a public market, I'd rather say you're truly, it goes through a far better balanced approach than in a private market. Yes, it is uncomfortable for us that we are not same, but at the same point in time, I understand that public markets take time to understand the company. Remember, public market is like the gathering here. Each one of you need to understand the business. In private market, you literally in front of a table can explain people the business. So it may take some time, but we are there. We are definitely there. We're definitely there.
So just on that, though, what lessons can you share with other founders who might be in the room about when you plan an IPO?
You plan an IPO when your business potential sort of has got discovered. You know what your business model will be, and you have profits or your profits are in sight. I'm not necessarily going to say that you should be profitable day one or when you're going in public, but I must say that it should not be very, very far away because public markets, like we are just now talking about, are going through a phase. In fact, investment is going through a phase. The 2010s to 20 was free money run, if you will, because of the practically US printing dollars for free. And now the interest rates in US itself is going to see tons of bankruptcies in US, tons of domino effects happening in the rest of the world. So I'm not sure whether next 5 years the market is going to get better than, I mean, we may think that it is because of some war A, war B, or some other reason. In my opinion, it is a fundamental shift that has come, that there is a interest hike that has going to cost. So if you are in a public market, you should be conscious about that you may not get the multiples that you used to get in private, and you rather want to be far more stronger on your business model than you could have been in earlier days.
So let's talk about your outlook for what you think for the next couple of years. When I was in Saudi Arabia at FII, listening to the head of Goldman Sachs, the CEOs of Citi, BlackRock, Blackstone, Macquarie Bank, they were all sounding pretty grim about the general economic outlook for the world. War in Ukraine, conflict in Gaza, Israel, adding real notes of caution in terms of risk-taking.
Yep, that's
What's your take?
So I look at it from a technology entrepreneur's head. So we need risk capital, and then we need growth capital. So risk capital is what is available to OpenAI and ChatGPT. Companies are crazy valued. Even right now, if you are a good AI startup, couple of $100 million is out there waiting for you. Because just like everything happens in terms of late market, the innovation market still thrives on. So in other words, if you build another fintech or another commerce company, maybe you may not get the same valuation or same money that you could have raised amount. But if you are talking about AI and you have a genuine invention out there, there is a risk appetite and capital there. But later stage companies, what you said just now, I totally believe. The world is going through a high interest rate. And imagine high interest rate is not a small high interest. This is like 6 or 7%, depending on which country are we talking about. That, I think, has a very big global effect. You know, the biggest expenditure for US, every one of us thinks, is defense. For the first time, US will pay more interest on a debt that it has taken than the defense. So you can understand, instead of defense industry, the financial industry is bigger, even for if you were serving United States of government, US government. So in other words, the access to capital is definitely, if we did not have COVID effect on the world in health sense at a dramatic potential that it could have had, we definitely have it on financial world. And that domino is going to go long.
Okay, let's talk about competition. Now, you have thrived in India. You're also thriving in Japan as well, where you've built a really interesting business there. Amazon, Walmart now building competing financial services across India. You've got Jio Financial Services entry into the market. Tell me how competition sharpens your focus.
Only one thing I'm going to say is that if you are a young, focused enterprise company, startup that you want to say, you must not fear the big guy till the time period it is the primary attention of the big guy. So I have fundamental belief that American companies, or so for that matter, now maybe the Indian companies also, we could take that up, that a founder-led international companies who have access to the capital are one to be fought. If you're talking about a management-led companies, there is a timeline that these companies stop giving the budget to a exotic Indian project or any geographic India, you could replace that. So because in the end, the US economy is pretty huge, and all these emerging economies, like we just now a few minutes were talking about dirty energy and whatnot thing, ultimately do not make the dent in their needle moving revenues. So competition has to be fought like a clear understanding that your big guy is not going to beat you because they have their own challenges. And when we are small, we do think that what if scenario, what if this, what if that. I think it's clear that they are not doing it and they would not be able to do it. And if money is the answer to your problem, you've not found the answer to your problem yet. I'm a firm believer of that.
So we've got some folks who I know have got some questions. We're an equal opportunity conference here. We're going to bring in somebody virtually, Hansel, who's the CEO and founder of Weevil Company. I think he's in London, but his originally company is from Nigeria. So Hansel, give us your question.
Okay, thank you everyone. And firstly, I would like to commend the Indian Global Forum for such initiative, for founders like us to have access to global management and big entrepreneurs and companies that are being owned by top global tech companies like Paytm. So my question to you, sir, is are there any specific initiatives within Paytm aimed at reaching underserved markets or to drive financial inclusion on a global scale?
Yeah, thank you again. I also should thank India Global Forum for bringing us all together. I think financial inclusion is a problem of their own country. It's not a problem that somebody else from outside can solve. It is a problem of a regulator or a government in the country. It takes a resolve of a government, it takes a resolve of people there to solve for it. But the models do exist in the rest of the world. For example, like the Western model, which is very resource hungry or I'd say costly model. And then there is an India model, which is actually not just very frugal, but very scalable, sustainable, and dramatically impactful. So we now have another model, which is there. And when you talk about financial inclusion, we talk about formal financial system. Like the money should not be kept in your pocket or in your house as a cash, but it should go in a bank account. Bank account should not be overcharging you for various things so that you don't mean that bank money keeping in the bank is like a deterrent out there. And then finally, the money needed called credit. So these are the three stages in my opinion, and the models have been proven. The consumers who have invested in smartphone now are committing that I am committing myself. You don't need to open a branch, you don't need to open a distribution or get an assistant. I'm ready to learn, I'm ready to commit to a smartphone, I'm ready to experience the banking using a smartphone. So in my opinion, the model exists, but it is up to the regulator and the country's government to drive it. And different models can come. We happily want to help the rest of the world's whichever country that we are able to. Like you just talked about, Japan was a totally unexpected market for us, but it was a personal challenge I picked up because in Japan, people say that you have cash economy because most people use cash. And then another challenge was that giving QR payment system to the country that the QR came in the world from was a personal kick for me. And as an Indian, I always wanted something built in a developed economy, not just a developing or emerging frontier economy. So Japan was special. And here, to the friend here, I would suggest that there is a model which is called India model, Paytm model, UPI model, whichever word that you want to metaphor on it. And then there is a Western model. I think India model will prevail. It is far more frugal and scalable and latest in technology.
We answered your question, Hansel. Thank you very much. Right, who's got a question for? Who's got a question here in the room?
Yes. This
Go
is
ahead.
a cozy gathering. Hi. Yes, sir. So I bought a share till the time period my complete equity could not go, that I have to make an open offer. If I am allowed to, I'm here to make an open offer. So here it is for 51% owned by.
Who else in the room? Yeah, just here. Do we have a microphone?
Yeah. Yes.
We need to hear your name, though.
You've been you've been like kind of coming to this region for a long time, looking around. You've been to the neighboring countries. What are the plans of Paytm in the region? What do you plan to do? Like you've been talking Japan, but I think this is a frontier economy to talk about rather than US or for that matter, Europe.
Thank you. And मेरे background, I'm just going to say something in Hindi because that is a Hindi song. So, आना ही पड़ा सजना जालिम है दिल की लगी. In other words, I'm saying that I would probably be singing a song that's I had to come, I came because I had to come. So here, I think to the question, I'm going to say that when you built in India, sometimes it comes upon a generation to commit to the country of a scale that India is, that everything else seems small, even if it is commercially big or more beneficial. But I think the kind of commitment, I believe, our hard work should progress my country first. And once my country is on that path, then I'm happy to say that maybe by that time 10 more would have learned what to do and they would have gone there, or any other market opportunity will be good for us. But our hard work, our people should serve our country first, and that is why in India first. Can I ask you a question? Yes. Yeah. Oh, sir.
Here, the microphone's going to come to you.
Piche se.
Vijay, many people always look for investment from outside to come and save them, like my dear friend said here. What is the role of entrepreneurship in every country to take countries forward? What should countries do to promote entrepreneurship from your experience? You've seen the startup ecosystem, 100,000 startup, people like you have come up. What should countries do, emerging markets country do, to grow their own entrepreneurial system in the technology revolution?
So, I had an experience of starting a company. This company started way back in 2001 when India used to have tourist VCs. They will fly down, they'll give you money or may not, but they will go back. And from that day to today, I think the first thing any economy and any country should do is that it has to come from the top. We used to be the third citizen. First was the international company for talent addressing. So if you go to IIT, IIM or any engineering college, the first preference was international, second preference was international in India, and third preference was companies like yourself, and then we were like the fourth guy. So after the three has been served, we were the last food chain people. And I want to tell you one thing, sir. The world changed for companies like us when our Honorable Prime Minister said this is a country that will be known as Startup India and Digital India. And that, in my opinion, was the beginning point of it. Like just like in Hindi, line of yahan se shuru hogi. These are the guys who are celebrated more than these are incumbents. So our Prime Minister called out that startups are the way this country will go for. So first thing first, I want to tell you is that we need the startup, the change agent or the frugal or the small guy needs the celebration acknowledgement so that the rest of the government ecosystem celebrates. And second is that definitely the access to the capital. There is no secret about it that no country will grow without the access to the capital, and it could be debt capital, equity capital, whatever it is. Lucky in India again that there was lots of foreign direct investment and that was able to come. But ultimately it is the capital access. I rather prefer a domestic capital access over an international capital access. Second would be that. So government should pave way for support of angel investment, as we call it, in a way that it is tax-free or not penalized for investing in startups. And I think many governments fail on that because of they have to solve for something else. So acknowledging that startup is a way of life, access to the capital if they're to solve. And third, now that point onward, they should go back, meaning just do only two things, access to capital, access to market, because after that, the startup or the economy of these people will solve for itself.
So speaking as an investor yourself, you've recently launched a fund that invests in AI, in sustainability, in electric vehicles. What grade do you give India on that?
I think I'm here to say that India needs next level of reform in tax or various other government initiatives for startup investments. And it is all because India is a billion people cohort country. Every new incentive that government of India will give, there will be some people who will abuse it. And to stop for abusing of that, every one of us will be accounted for it. So in my opinion, there is a lot that our government has done. And there is no doubt about it, lot can more be done. And I do believe that, like I said it a few minutes back, every money, every resource of young Indians committed to India will progress India and will make an opportunity for a diverse and bigger India. And that, I think, is any bigger opportunity. Many of us are expat in this country, and I see many Indian in this room. And many of us are expat out there in Western countries, whichever, US, UK, etc., that you know. But there is only one country that you call your country, that is India. The best success for every Indian is that India becomes a larger economy, and you're proudly saying, I'm India, because I take the cabs here from other country people who are driving, especially our neighboring country people. I know that many of us know what I'm talking. And it is very uncomforting to see their pains. And I'm saying, when I uncomfortable, meaning I feel so proud that in the last 10 years, our country has just leapfrogged somewhere versus somewhere else it could have been. And that is what, in my opinion, the success of investment is. I'm for only and only investments in India. There is no other place I will ever invest, and there is no other place I would rather want my energy to be concentrated on.
Right. All right. Who else is calling? Yes, madam here, just here.
Just one more question.
Oh, here, and then the lady there.
Right. Talking about finances, how does Paytm plan to
monetize?
Sorry?
Monetize?
No.
That's the biggest endless question I get.
Right. How does Paytm plan to address the challenge of retaining users and merchants, considering the impact of MDR fees on the revenues? Considering that the MDR fees have historically proven to deter merchants, and governments have intermittently forced 0% MDR policy fees on MDR. How do you plan to strategize on this?
So first and foremost, I want to tell you, I was the champion, and I'm still the champion of 0% MDR. And we put $2.5 billion of equity in the market just to sustain that the change that you bring is not by penalizing the merchant, and it is no more sustainable. So I'm not going to say that till the time period government sustainability could come, it was not viable, but we could show the model 0%. So if I was to tell you, you cannot charge for your game to your game player, what is your business model you will go through? It's called freemium, meaning you'll give for free and there will be something for premium. So Paytm started a business model where we offered certain extra service, and that extra service in India is called notifications on Soundbox, where the merchant gets to hear what the payment was done instead of just seeing an app. And there were many reasons and many different reasons for that to get popular. So right now we have more than 10 million merchants paying us $1 a month. So $10 million a month is our revenue from a subscription service to the same merchant side who otherwise does not pay any MDR. So it's a classic, I would say, necessity is the mother of invention. If this is the market, you will find a way to go through the market. And freemium is the model for us. And we actually this year, as I speak, are running on $1 billion plus revenue on a payment plus enabling commerce combination business in India for us, which is just not unheard of for us. So here it is. There is always a model, and it is a freemium and premium model.
Thank you.
And by the way, I do believe in 0% till the time period majority of market has come to the digital ecosystem.
And this is just a production note, by the way. I think Hansel's done a great job of looking over us. We can probably give him a rest and take him off screen. But thank you so much, Hansel. We'll let you go. Yes, the lady who was just here.
So I'm not an investor, so please pardon the generalizations. I was here at IGF last year, and there was an entire forum on investment discussions. So there is the US model, which is essentially led by private sort of capital and institutions, educational institutions like the MIT, etc. Then there's the Chinese model, which is completely state-funded, geared towards national security. And then a unique model that's emerging in the UAE, which is essentially catalytic funds. So the government employs patient capital that spurs others to invest. So from your perspective, I want to understand where the domestic investment situation is in India. Who is investing in startups? Is it angel funds? Is it VC funds from an Indian perspective? And which is the optimal model for us?
As Indians?
As Indian startups. If we want domestic sort of support in that sense. Because there are very few countries in the world that have created those ecosystems.
So first and foremost, the Indian today or these days angel or early days investments are coming from people who have exited. For example, like many of our contemporary peers would have got some money, tens of $1 million, not less, and there are many of those out there. In fact, so it is entrepreneurs' money. Can I say something in Hindi once again?
Yes, you can.
Okay, because many of you, I do not want to hear that. So, बिजनेस में इंडिया में क्या होता है कि बड़ा आदमी दूसरे को बड़ा बनता हुआ नहीं देख सकता लेकिन एंटरप्रेन्योर के अंदर बिकॉज द एंटरप्रेन्योर कम्स फ्रॉम दिस बैकग्राउंड ही वांट्स टू सी मोर टू फ्लरिश एंड बिकम somebody else in the world. So in my opinion, the new capital access that has happened in the market through the new entrepreneurs because they exited and there are many successful exits is the capital that is coming to the early stage, number one, in India. Number two, in my opinion, to the question that sir also asked a few minutes back, I think there is a fund of fund culture, which is even in US, if it is by the endowments who are very rich, in UAE, which is government-led, and in India, which is actually government-led. In my opinion, fund of funds concept, whether it is financial institution, infrastructure institutions who have, Temasek is nothing but a fund of fund, Mubadala is nothing but a fund of fund, and these all fund of fund are based on utility supplies and utility companies. Obviously, in India, not that kind of richness has happened, but there are lots of fund and fund that could have been created. So, in my opinion, acceleration of the deployment of capital by the long-term patience capital as a fund of fund and support by or primarily led by the entrepreneur money is a way to go forward in India. And finally, I do think that model of go to public market and list yourself as a fund is a model that needs to be explored in India. And I think these three models are the models for India. So if you have your own personal access to the capital, you can collaborate with many more to create a large fund. And that's good.
Right, another production note for me. I'm going to need my timer back on here because otherwise we're going to risk taking this for the rest of the afternoon. I want to ask you about your take on artificial intelligence. We had His Excellency this morning, the Minister of AI, giving his view, 1 to 9 being it's going to rule us all versus welcome our robotic overlords. He's about a 5. Where are you in terms of your fear or embracing of AI?
So in mathematics, there is a term called x tends to, and it does not happen towards that, but still I have to give an answer tends to. We are underestimating the impact of artificial intelligence-led apps and services in the world. It is literally, we have given different examples, sometimes electricity, sometimes internet, and sometimes smartphones. The intent that I'm trying to tell you is the common job. For example, like you are an artist, graphic designer, musician. I'm sorry, that job is done. It's no more hand-built by, no advantage. It's like, you remember the movie posters in the James Bond era used to be handmade? Now who bothers and cares?
Right.
The shirts and shirts used to be made by thread that was handmade. Who bothers and cares? We are going to see industrialization of very skilled services at a mass scale, which will dramatically take over the world's need and services. It does not mean that the world is going through a coup where the machine is taking over. It definitely means the machine will take over.
Are you worried about that?
I'm not worried about that because I'm on the other side of the table who will rule the world. I'm worried about the world who is not accepting that this is going to happen. I'm definitely worried about the world. In other words, I'm going to say that some people, just like we talked about a few minutes back, big tech, imagine the influence that big tech has over the world. World's democracies are now at the mercy of a big tech. Big tech can say, your subpoena, your notice of the court is not accepted by me, I'm sorry. And then you can't do anything. You can only do is that you can block the application in the country. Or you are not able to make a fair judgment of their offering in your country, like Myanmar did it for one of the large social media company in blue color, that they just gave it to them, that all of the internet is belonging to them, and then you saw the army coup. So my thing is, just like we underestimated the good thing of the big tech happening to the world and we have given in to them, and now certain people who are aware are resisting it, we will obligately give in to the capabilities of AI in the world. And that, in a byproduct, will definitely take away very, very skillful jobs. If we last time took an unskilled job, we right now are not talking about that level. We are talking about significant large level. So it is an obligation. People should learn to use their time towards their own certain more productive or useful thing, but same jobs are definitely not there. I run a business of commerce, and I want to share in this room. It's called ONDC, which is a commerce business model that Government of India is incentivizing. It's run by 4-people team because everybody writes a code or a graphics by themselves. I mean, the team is not just crossing 20 people because it has some operations people, which should have been in hundreds. And the reason is that the machine is literally like, what page should it be? Not just what page. I'm going to give you an example. That image and the banner that you make, that this is a click on a fashion products. What image, fashion, etc. It's literally a decision and production and cut out. So I'm sorry, just like handwritten paper, the machine came and the printing was everywhere. It is exactly that stage that is happening. And anybody who's believing this is not happening, I'm sorry for those guys. You have to find a way for it.
Okay, right. We're going to end this on a lighter note. I want to know how do you stand on the 3-day work week or the 70-hour work week?
I'm an entrepreneur who does not work and who does not go to home. I'm a perpetually working, and there is nothing called work-life balance. In my opinion, a balance is nothing but a bad or good balance. I don't know what is bad, your work or your life.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. So I love this aspect of IGF that we bring you both our the leaders and the change makers from business all the way to the change makers from spirituality, from titans of commerce to spiritual leaders. Something to learn from everyone. It's time now to go on an inspiring journey with His Grace Gaur Gopal Das. Please welcome him to the stage. How are you?
Thank you.
Lovely to see you. Please.
Pleasure to see you as well.
So, we're having incredible conversations here today, and I am absolutely fascinated. You know, when I was reading about you, reading about your background, you started off as an electrical engineer, and you're here today as a monk. And my first question has just got to be, how did that happen?
Yeah, that's the one question that I get asked everywhere I go. Standard question. But first of all, a very good evening to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Doesn't look like you're very happy seeing me, guys. A very good evening to you, ladies and gentlemen. Sounds better now.
Sounds better.
My gratitude to Manoj Ladwaji for having me over here, and thank you, Eddie, for doing this session. How many of you in school were great at maths? Okay, brilliant. How many of you were terrible at maths? Brilliant. How many of you didn't care a damn? Okay, brilliant. You know, a teacher once came in a class and 7-year-olds and said to the kids in class, a ship is sinking, a frog is croaking, and potatoes are $5 for a kilogram. What is my age? The kids said, can you come back, ma'am, please, with that question? Said, a ship is sinking, a frog is croaking, and potatoes are $5 for a kg. Guess what my age is? One boy put his hand up and said, 32, madam. She said, you're bang on. But how did you get that right? The boy said, well, my sister's 16 years old and she's half mad. Like, who asks a question like that? Unrelated question like that. Engineers like myself, studying electrical engineers, we think everything in mathematics. Everything is analyzed by numbers and equations. So while I was working at Hewlett-Packard, I made a simple calculation in my head that if we were to spend about 8 hours a day at our workplace every day, and we spend way more than that, on an average 8 hours, and we were to do a 5 days work week, it makes 20 hours at our workplace a week, right? 40 hours per week. And if we were to work for 50 weeks a year, 2 weeks of holidays, we end up spending 2,000 hours a year at our workplace. And if we were to work for an average of 45 years, we end up spending a daunting 90,000 hours of our life at our workplace, which accounts to 10 years of our life. At HP, I asked myself a simple question. This is paying me well? I'm very good at it as well. Can I see myself doing this for 90,000 hours? How many of you read the autobiography of Andre Agassi? Open? Okay, some hands up there. How many of you would be taken aback by a shock if I tell you that Andre Agassi hated tennis from day one? Comes as a shock, right? Something that he didn't enjoy, something that he didn't like, something that he didn't want to do, but continued doing it for the rest of his life because it paid him well to make the money so that one day he could do something that he truly loved. For me, I thought, I do not want to be doing something that is not me. To me, one of the key words that defines a leader is authenticity. And authenticity means not just authentic in my leadership style, but authentic to my own self. A genuine, authentic life which is in absolute sync with my calling, which is in absolute sync with my psychophysical nature, which is in absolute sync with the purpose that I'm trying to find for myself. So while at HP, when I saw that I can't see myself doing this for 90,000 hours, the obvious question was, what do I see myself doing? If I can't see myself doing this, what is it that I want to do? What is it that fulfills me? And the loud and clear answer was that I wanted to work with the lives of people, not with systems, machines, strategies, but to work with the lives of people. What could I do in terms of getting involved with the lives of people? Study psychology, study psychiatry, study behavioral sciences, study organizational behavior, to get involved with people, to get involved with relationships, to get involved with the human potential. One of the words I hate the most is human resource. Is a human being steel, metal, plastic, rubber, silicon chips? They're assets. It should be HA, not HR. Human assets, not human resources. I mean, when you know what? Language defines our mindsets. Sometimes our mindset defines our language, but our language defines our mindsets as well. If we're saying human resource, we probably treat them as a resource. So then at that point in time, I thought to myself, hey, look, this could be done, but then I also had a spiritual calling. That's when I thought, what if I could find the answers for the human condition in ancient wisdom, in spiritual literatures, in spiritual paths of India and across the world, and see how that can then be made relevant, contemporary, accessible, applicable, broken down in a way that it actually makes a difference to the lives of people. So that was the journey from being an electrical engineer to, if I might call myself, a lifestyle engineer today. So I didn't give up, I upgraded, madam.
What do you think makes a conscious leader?
Right. What makes a conscious leader? There was a multi-billionaire once, and a reporter came to him, a news reporter, and said, "Sir, what's the secret of your being a multi-billionaire?" The man said, 2 words. May I ask you what those 2 words are? He said, right decisions. The reporter said, well said, sir, but how do you make those right decisions? The man said, 1 word. May I ask you what that one magic word is, sir, based on which you make right decisions? The man said, experience. If you have experience, you make the right decisions. The reporter said, well said, sir, but how do you gain that experience? The man said, 2 words. The reporter said, can I ask you what those 2 words are? He said, wrong decisions. You make the wrong decisions, you get experience, and once you get experience, you don't repeat it, you make the right decisions. To err is human. The problem with leadership a lot of times, especially when we become experienced, seasoned leaders, is to get into the autopilot mode of decision making. It's a no-brainer at a point in time. I can wake up in the middle of the night and make a critical decision for my organization, which is in one sense infallible, because I have so much experience. I've made my mistakes in making the wrong decisions, the right decisions, and I've done it so much that I'm no longer conscious of my leadership. What is conscious leadership? to move from the autopilot mode to being conscious of everything I'm doing for my organization. And not being in the autopilot mode, not basing what I do simply on my experience. Experience kills creativity. Experience kills innovation. Experience kills thinking out of the box because it just makes me take the beaten path. Everything that I've seen and done before is what I keep repeating. And that's not conscious leadership. That's autopilot leadership. Conscious leadership means to move out of the beaten path. I may have done it that way, bloody hell, who cares? I may have done it, he may have done it, she may have done it. The world needs a fresher perspective. And that fresher perspective will never come unless one takes the road less traveled. Conscious leadership is moving from taking the beaten path to take the road less traveled. And then what it really means is, how many of you ever lost or ever looking for a document and you're not able to find it in your closets, in your drawers, maybe your passports? Happened with me last week.
Yep.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
How many of you went through it like 3 times and still couldn't see it?
Yep.
Brilliant. How many of you started clearing off the documents and found your document right there? Brilliant. How many of you on your phones were trying to look for a photo in your photos folder and you have 23,656 pictures and you just can't find that picture? Thank you. You know how we live in a world full of clutter? Physical clutter and digital clutter. In order to find that document, I need to clear the clutter. In order to find that picture on my photos folder, I need to clear the digital clutter. While we live a life which is tending towards being clutter-free externally, what about being clutter-free internally? How many of you been for an event where there's like huge noise around? Too much noise, there's music, the MC is speaking something, and there's one of the guys whom you're trying to network with, but you can't hear him? Noise around. You know what's happening in the mind? There's not this clutter of so many noises. And within all that noise, it's extremely hard to listen to your voice. And which is why then we go in the autopilot mode of going by what we've done before, because I'm just not listening to that voice in the middle of the noise that's going on in my mind.
So let's talk about how you personally cut through that noise. I've been meditating for a year now, not as long as you, but it has made an enormous difference and had some really profound impacts on my life.
Absolutely.
But I'd love to know what your daily practice is and how you view those noises around.
Correct.
How do you silence them?
Yes. Meditation obviously is a very powerful practice of silencing that noise and connecting to your own voice and your own self. Because until you listen to that voice, you're not going out of the beaten path. Going only by the head, not from the voice that is very authentic you from here. Here, right here in that voice, are solutions to problems that are right around us, but we're not able to see because we're only looking at it from a certain perspective. Right here is innovation, ideas, creativity, which we're not seeing because we're not listening to it. There's a lot in here, and which is why answers to a lot of questions come in moments of silence. Silence is powerful. We've gotten so used to doing that we've forgotten being. And you know what we are called? Human beings, not human doings. We are a race of human beings. But in doing, we forget the art of being. Meditation helps us to enter into a space of being. Performers, achievers think it's a sheer bloody waste of time. When people hear about meditation, stillness, silence, doing nothing, they think it's a sheer waste of time. Not realizing that every artist sharpens their pencil before they begin sketching. Every warrior loads their ammunition before they go on the battlefield. You're only as effective as an artist as your pencil is sharp. You're only as strong and effective a warrior as your ammunition is loaded in your weapons. That's time for stillness, that time for silence, that time for meditation, that time for being is a time to prepare yourself for being impactful. I've seen people who come out of that space, they are doubly more productive. They're doubly more focused. They're doubly more sharp. They're doubly more creative. They can find, you can get things done like this because you're together. Your mind is not cluttered. Personally, for me, of course, I practice meditation. One thing that I really love recommending is to get comfortable with doing nothing. In a world where we are constantly doing something, the idea of doing nothing comes like to be very uncomfortable. We're chasing stimulation constantly. How many of you ever done a religious fast? Okay, thank you. In the modern day and age, if you were to fast, I'll recommend one thing, one day of no smartphones, no WhatsApp, no Instagram, no YouTube, no Netflix, no Google. Sorry,
How
sir.
many do that once a week?
None of those things.
Okay.
One day of not doing that. I say in Hindi, people who understand Hindi will get it. ऐसा करेंगे ना, खुदा उतर के आएगा और बोलेगा बस कर पगले रुलाएगा क्या? You know what I mean? That sense of moving away from, when you just sit quiet doing nothing, this is what comes in our hands when we're doing nothing. Then I want to be connected with the world. But in being connected with my work and being connected with my business and being connected with the world, I'm disconnected from myself. So my recommendation is on a daily basis, 15 to 20 minutes of just doing nothing. No agenda, nothing. And guess what? That's when we face our inner demons. That's when we start getting comfortable with the uncomfortable. That's when we start going deeper, out of the noise, to tune into our own voice.
One of the other
Sorry
things,
if I've been too...
Who's going to commit to that, by the way? Spend 15 minutes
15
doing
minutes.
nothing.
15 minutes,
Okay.
nothing more than that. Just 15 minutes. That's about it.
The other thing that meditation brings is quite a deep sense of rest. I heard a phrase the other day, you can't flog a racehorse, meaning, you know, something that is meant to perform. You cannot beat it to death. You've got to let it rest occasionally. Some of the folks I've spoken to who are experts in meditation, who practice it, say that they see an epidemic of exhaustion in our modern world. Do you see that?
100%. 100%. And exhaustion is mental exhaustion. Mental exhaustion. How many of you have kids? Brilliant. Little kids, yeah? You know, somebody said to me, I had 6 philosophies how to raise children. Now I have 6 children and no philosophy left. How many of you, when you were little ones, like 5, 6-year-olds, you come back from office, the little one has gone to school, studied hard, played all day long. It's 7 in the evening. You come back from work and the little one says to you, can we play, Dad? I'm wondering where the heck does this little one get his energy from or her energy from? And you say, I'm really exhausted. What did you do? You sat in an AC car or whatever car. You went to your office, sitting in a revolving chair all day in the cabin, not moving one step to get a cup of coffee. The coffee came on your table. You were just moving a little bit like this and at best a click of a mouse. And you say, I'm exhausted. The boy was running all over the place. And which is precisely why children have tremendous physical energy because they're not mentally exhausted. And the adults have tremendous amount of mental exhaustion. How many of you have deadlines to meet with? Okay, brilliant. What a word, isn't it? Deadline. No one ever calls it a lifeline. You have a deadline to meet, which is when you cross the line, you know what happens? You're dead. Dead. How many of you have been through workplace politics ever? Anyone? No? my God, this seems to be a great place. I'm going to change my attire as a monk and be you, because I have more politics in my organization than you guys, looks like. Drains us. Pressures, deadlines, stress, competition, insecurity, performance, family pressures, mental health issues, terminally ill patients at home. Guys, there's so much going on. There's so much going on in life. How does one expect to keep going unless there is rest? COVID pandemic is not, it was bad. But the pandemic that's hitting the world now is called a sleep pandemic. People not able to sleep because the mind is so active. An adult must get at least 2 to 3 hours of delta sleep daily. And American statistics show, Eddie, that most adults get between 40 minutes to an hour of delta sleep daily, which is the most restorative sleep for our body and our mind. And the only reason, because the mind is so active, which is precisely why meditation, and whatever form of meditation, is so essential in the corporate world today, because we live such a mentally active life. Physically, we are not all that active, we better be. But we live such a mentally active life that we need to mentally turn ourselves off. This is the only one thing that's so hard to turn off. I can put this in the flight mode, I can turn it off, I can turn the lights off, I can turn my iPads off, my laptops off, my Kindles off. Man, how do I turn this off? Which is precisely why meditation, spiritual practices have tremendous power and potency, silencing those thoughts and calming ourselves down and giving us double the power. Because when we take a step back is when we come back with double the force. So if we can't step back, there's no comeback with the same amount of energy and momentum.
I've been jealously asking my questions. Let's open it up to the audience here. We've got a question here with the mic.
So it's also said what you eat is what you become, and there are many concepts around that floating around. And also youngsters nowadays are stuck on that machine.
Correct.
How do we solve both of them?
Oh yeah. In Sanskrit, there's a term called ahar. And the word ahar doesn't refer only to food for the body. Everything that we feed into every single sense of ours is food. Sights are food for my eyes. Sounds are food for my ears. The content I watch, the content I read, the content I listen to, I'm consuming. I'm a consumer. One aspect of consumption is physical food that goes to my body. But everything that I consume in terms of content is food for my mind. Correct? And like I was saying, we have a pandemic. We just can't turn ourselves off. We are a generation that is so connected that we've forgotten to disconnect and connect with our own self. So how does one find that balance, right? Let me ask you a question. If you were to practice soccer, football, for 8 hours a day, would you be a Messi or a Ronaldo next year? Maybe, may not be, right? If you were to practice soccer, football, 8 hours a day for the next year, every single day, would you be better at practicing football than you are today? 100%. 100%, right? I may not be a perfect football or soccer player. I'm going to be 100% better than what I am today. What I practice is what I am, right? I constantly practice being distracted. What do I get better at? Distraction. I start learning how to practice focus. What do I get better at? Focus. Whatever it is that I keep practicing, I master it. Now, how does one bring in that sense of balance? I am a strong proponent of the idea that we begin our morning with no stimulation and we end our day with no stimulation. So at least 15 to 30 minutes when after I wake up, no phones. And at least 15 to 30 minutes before I go to bed, no phones. Let's begin with this. It's a small thing to achieve. Just about 15 minutes every day after I wake up and before going to bed, let me just stay away. What I'm doing is I'm reconditioning myself. I'm rewiring myself to do something that I'm now doing exactly the opposite of what I do every day. And then it's these little micro steps that take me towards that goal of saying, okay, I can now limit my screen time. Our phones give us the facility to limit our screen times, but we keep saying ignore for today. How many of you have done that? Setting timings for all your apps and then you say ignore for today and still keep browsing, Because the phone is not taking charge of your life. Until I take charge of my life, this doesn't do anything to me. There was a man who asked his son, what is 8 multiplied by 9? The boy said 122. The father gave the boy a chocolate. The man's wife was standing right there, the boy's mom. She said, darling, do you know what is 8 multiplied by 9? Sorry about that. Look at that. Constantly connected, guys. I proved my point. Someone from India. Said, do you know what is 8 multiplied by 9? He said 122, you gave him a chocolate. He said, obviously 72. So why did you give him a chocolate? I said, well, yesterday he was saying 162. So now he's coming closer towards the right answer. And every step taken towards the right answer should be rewarded. Ladies and gentlemen, rather than rewarding our journey of transformation for every tiny step taken towards the right thing, we keep punishing ourselves in guilt that I'm not able to reach there. We shouldn't be living in guilt. We shouldn't be punishing ourselves that I can't do. What if I say, oh, yesterday I was this, but I'm a little better. Yesterday I couldn't even stay away from the phone. Today, at least for the first 5 minutes in the morning, I'm not using it. Great. It's a great beginning. One of my friends in the US, she lives in California. I don't want to take names. She founded an entire movement, big lady, right? Very, very important person in the world. And what she started doing is, she understood that people are so... One of the things she's promoting, and she's had such a massive burnout because of her work. If I tell you the name, you'll know who I'm talking about, but no names again. Such a massive burnout. She started this movement to help people stop burnout at work. And one of the most important aspects, she said, was sleep. And for sleep, one of the most important aspects that was to be you needed to stay away from was the phone. You know what she gave out to people? She sent it to me as a gift from California to Mumbai. Couriered it to me. She shipped it to me. A tiny little bed, like a physical bed for the phone. Like when I sleep, I must put my phone to sleep as a ritual. And she said, the one thing that you should not share with your phone is the same bedroom. So if the phone's bed in another room, your bed in another room, small steps towards a positive change will slowly bring us there, but we must begin somewhere. Thank you.
Yes, just here, and then just there.
Doing nothing is for me doing everything. Every year for the last decade, I've been practicing 7 days of silence, keeping my phone away, without uttering a word, without even meeting anybody. So it immensely helped me, and I read Bhagavad Gita, entire Bhagavad Gita I finished today. Would you recommend people reading Gita and why?
Okay. Wow. My God. We should give this gentleman a loud round of applause, guys. It deserves a loud round of applause. In a crazy, fast-paced world, to stay silent for 7 days is no joke. It's no joke. Trust me. You face a lot of your inner demons and insecurities when you're alone and doing nothing. It's not an easy deal. So it definitely deserves a round of applause and very commendable. Congratulations. Even I don't do it that long. 7 days, even I haven't practiced silence for 7 days. Commendable. Do I recommend reading the Gita to people? I do. I do. And the one reason I recommend reading the Gita to people is from the perspective that I think the one thing that we need to take away from that book is religion. Very crucial aspect. A book of life, a book of philosophy, a book of perspectives, a book of mindsets, a book of ideologies that can sort you out internally should not be associated with A or B religion. A universal philosophy, universal principles, universal guidelines for life should not be associated with A or B religion. Right? And which is why, when it comes to the book being a way of life, it becomes extremely universal. And I'll tell you why. The Bhagavad Gita is a book that finds itself a setting in the larger theme of the Mahabharata. And the Mahabharata is a battle between the 5 virtuous Pandavas, the 5 brothers, and the 100 others, Kauravas. And what is the Kaurav clan about? Abuse of power. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. What does the Kauravas represent? Lack of values. Lack of a radar, an internal radar. What does the Kauravas represent? It represents narcissism, selfishness, self-centeredness. What do the Kauravas represent? Hoarding, greed, self-centeredness. Will the world ever be a better place with narcissism? Tell me. Will the world ever be a better place with your internal radar not being aligned with the right values? Tell me. Will the world be a better place where power corrupts? Tell me. Will the world be a better place when power brings women in the room to rape them? Tell me. Will the world be a better place when women are not given their due share, when women are not respected, where women-powered Shakti is not honored, is brought into an assembly to be stripped naked? Will the world be a better place? The Gita finds itself in a setting of this large story, the Mahabharata, where you find the Kauravas going against value, living by greed, not respecting woman power, and which is precisely why Sri Krishna, Arjun's guide, the mentor and friend of Arjun, one of the 5 brothers, inspires Arjun to fight a battle. Good people with a purpose should never be satisfied in life. Spirituality sometimes teaches people be satisfied. The worst thing I've heard in my life is telling people who have a fire within them, they tell them, be satisfied. Because when you are satisfied, power and resources go in the wrong hands. If Arjun was satisfied, which he was trying to be satisfied, power and resources were in the hands of Duryodhana, which means chaos. The Gita was spoken to transfer power, to transfer resources in the hands of those who could align the world with what it's meant to be aligned with. And what is the whole setting about? Life, our professions, our personal lives is a battleground. We're fighting some battles all the time. Internally within the organization, insecurities, politics, dirty competition. Externally, so much religious divide, so much propaganda sometimes. So much divide, so much conflict constantly. Battlegrounds. Minds are a battleground. The body is a battleground. Diseases going on inside. We don't even know what's coming up. And while we are fighting so many battles, we need to stay aligned. We need to stay focused. We need to stay in sync and tune with our purpose. If we are not, we lose those battles. And that's the purpose of the Gita. In our daily battles, it's not about just Kurukshetra. Life is Kurukshetra. And in our daily battles, when we follow that book, the mindset in that book. Every battle is won here before it's won outside. How many of you have prepared a presentation very well before you go in the boardroom? Here? Thank you. How many of you prepared all your arguments with your spouse before you go back home in the evening? Here? Everything is won here before you win it outside. And that's what the Gita is. Win here, and that's when you can win the battles of outside. That makes sense? All right, thank you.
We only have a minute left. It needs to be a super brief question, please.
Yeah, namaste. So I would like to know about what is spirituality and what is being spiritual. And second one is about being meditativeness, meditation, and what exactly is meditation, and being in meditativeness.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
In a minute.
In a minute, yes, in a minute. I give very short answers to long questions, so I need to now give a long answer to a short question. Spirituality is, most importantly, making the connection with our own self. Our relationship with our own self sets the tone for every other relationship, right? If we're having too many problems with people around us, it's a good time to do some self-reflection to see if my own relationship with myself is in place. That's one aspect of spirituality for paucity of time, I'm saying this. And the second, what's meditation? What's a meditative trance? I was in New York the day before yesterday and somebody asked me this question. And I was answering that. Any of you seen Ford versus Ferrari? Yes? And in Ford versus Ferrari, have you seen this gentleman driving the car and he says, there was a point in time when the car didn't exist, the road didn't exist, the drive didn't exist, I didn't exist, just the moment existed. When everything ceases to exist and you are absolutely there, being completely present. It could happen in a sport. It could happen driving a car. It could happen while listening to a talk. Take religion out of it. Meditation has nothing to do with religion or spirituality. An atheist can meditate while playing football by being totally present, but when your object of meditation becomes something or someone of foresight, then you bring a religious dimension to it. But your object of meditation could be just while playing a sport, totally engrossed and being in the moment. Your mind is in a state of what you call as trance or samadhi. Yeah? Thank you. Thank you all very much again. Great pleasure being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give him a bigger round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, His Grace, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we've had such an incredible time. From spiritual leaders to policy leaders, Mark is going to come back now. We've got another special treat for you. Mark, take it away.
We do. Thank you, Edie. Wow, that is a hard act to follow. That is a hard act to follow. We've got a minute just to be calm after that wonderful conversation. I love what was said about children, how they have energy. I have 3 children, 10, 8, and 12. And they have endless energy. They're always screaming. And now I know why. Because there's not that much going on up there. There's too much going on in my head. But they have energy because the mind isn't going crazy like ours. So that's been so helpful. And going off the beaten path is something I will try to do more. And to be more silent as well. And I love that little bed. I love that little bed. Am I allowed to spoil who I think your friend is in the United States? I think it's Arianna Huffington, who's spoken at the IGF before, who is so inspiring, who of course wants to de-stress the workplace, and she is such a big proponent of sleep. So I love the fact that she sent you that little bed, and I think that's something we should all do. We should A, have our phones outside our bedroom, and B, of course, make sure they're on our little bed for 15 minutes, 20 minutes at morning and at night. I think I can begin. We've got a really special interaction now with the Finance Minister of India. Yes, We are in a second, we're going to be discussing unleashing the ambitions of global India. We're just waiting for the Honourable Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who I'm really excited to be joined by. So much to discuss. And I'll just tell you the little format, what we're going to do. I'm going to speak to the Honourable Minister for about 17 minutes, and then I'm going to call a very special panel onto the stage who are going to ask the Finance Minister some questions. That doesn't happen often. We let you up here to ask the Finance Minister some questions. So I'll start off. How am I going to say? I'll make it easy for you, so when you get onto the stage, she'll be ready for your truly difficult questions. So that's going to be in a few seconds' time. We're just waiting for the Honourable Minister. So much to discuss. I'm just going to give you a sneak preview of some of the things I'm going to speak about. The Indian economy, it's racing ahead versus its G20 peers. Is that sustainable? One of the things we're going to be talking a lot about, ED&I, in the next couple of days is this amazing India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor that's been announced during the G20 presidency under India. However, there are geopolitical headwinds which might make it difficult to implement. Let's get to the Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, thank you very much for joining us today. Big round of applause. Thank you for joining us today. Honourable Minister, I'm just going to fire away with the first question because I've got so much to ask you before our illustrious panel joins us. As you know, Honourable Minister, the IMF is predicting great things for the Indian economy this year, next year. They're looking for growth of 6.3%. India is going to outgrow all its G20 counterparts. But Honourable Minister, how is it going to sustain that leading position given the geopolitical headwinds we have, given the interest rate difficulties we have, and given the demand challenges that all the countries of the world are facing?
First of all, let me say thank you to the India Global Forum for having me here with you. And also, good evening from a rainy and cold Delhi. The question that you've asked is absolutely critical for India. The domestic market and also our macroeconomic fundamentals are fairly well rooted. So whilst we think indicators within India are comfortably placed because of our stable policies, predictable tax domains, and so on. Factors outside are beyond our control. You're right in saying that's one of the things on which we are going to have challenge. Consumption is falling in many Western economies. Why should that affect me? It should affect me because our exports are so much dependent on the European market or the advanced economies markets, where if the demand is falling, our exports are going to be adversely affected. So that is one of the indicators that the challenges are posing downside risks. Similarly, the US Fed's interest rate policy and also the inflation situation in all over the Western economies. Interest rate being high for long is also having a bearing on how investments are going to flow into India. And the exchange rate, particularly for the Indian rupee versus the US dollar, is another factor on which I would think we have to keep a continuous watch. So our growth rate, whilst has the comfort of a large captive domestic market and also the bulk middle class, which has the purchasing power giving us the comfort, it certainly is one of the several factors which are so necessary for our growth. The others, I would think, are largely challenges from outside.
Yeah. Honourable Minister, we've just come to the conclusion, almost to the day, of India's G20 presidency. It's been called many things. It's been called unprecedented, unforgettable. Many say it's left an indelible mark on India and the world. I don't want to delve into that because we haven't got enough time, but I do want to delve into a massive announcement, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. This is grand in vision, but it's going to be difficult to implement due to the geopolitical challenges we face. Let's not go into it, particularly in the Middle East right now. What's it going to take to translate this grand vision into reality?
Well, as you said, it is a vision, and a vision for long-term considerations, and it is going to be a long-term project. It's not just going to depend on one or the other major event pertaining to the area. It is going to be pursued because India has a very good relationship with each of the Middle East countries. Now, I would just like to emphasize on how Prime Minister Modi has very carefully built this relationship over the 8 or 9 years that he's been in power. Take, for example, United Arab Emirates, with whom we have a very friendly and good relationship, mutual respect, and literally the chemistry which prevails between the leadership in both the countries. Prime Minister Modi has visited UAE 5 times in 8 years, but this is the 9th year going into the 10th, so 8 times. And when he did first in 2015, he was the first Prime Minister of India to visit UAE in about 34 years. So it has nurtured and carefully built a relationship. So not just the UAE, so with the Saudi Arabia, so would, I would think, with each of the Middle East Emirates and also with Oman and so on. So IMEC, as I would refer to it, India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, is not going to be dependent on one or the other major event of concern, but it is something on which the vision drives the implementation in the long run. So it's going to face challenges, all right, but it has got its own strength, and countries who are directly or indirectly in connection with this project are absolutely clear that this, through India, is going to be critical for global trade, global partnerships, and also making sure that this corridor will benefit each one of these countries.
Honourable Minister, I'm glad you mentioned Prime Minister Modi, because many are saying the 5 state elections that are taking place this month are a referendum on him. I'll leave that for the pundits to debate. I want to talk elections. The state elections ahead of next year's national elections. What's your message to global investors who may be jittery about the outcome of the 2024 elections on the economy?
I would think they need not be jittery at all. To be unclear, to be keeping their fingers crossed and so on is normal, and I can understand that. But here am I, and also there are several people who are observing the Indian economy, observing the political environment, observing the ground level realities, and the situation as it prevails today is Prime Minister Modi is coming back, and coming back with good majority.
So we had
That is because
Yeah, it's interesting you say he's coming back with a good majority. Earlier, Honourable Minister, we had a discussion calling keeping the black swans at bay. Would you say that Modi losing the election next year would be a black swan?
No, I wouldn't put it at that at all. Because the 8 or 9 years today and the 10th year by the time we go to the election, to be fair, Indian voters, citizens who are eligible place in India. Not just a transformation on macro issues, not just a transformation on the way in which external affairs is handled, but in the daily lives of every Indian. They are able to see how conducting business or affairs of the government or the way in which government interacts with them are all now so citizen driven. Very many basic necessities which did not reach common citizens in far-flung areas. The metropolitan towns probably had it given to them earlier, but in the far-flung areas, you find the way in which the current government has implemented policies, has reached every citizen. So it is not as if this government has worked for one and not for the other. It has worked for everybody.
Honourable Minister, I'd like to dispute that because there are concerns about job creation. Let's face it, the Indian economy, yes, it's growing, 6.3% projections for the next year or two, but it isn't growing fast enough to create jobs for the millions of people that need it. There's the big issue of youth unemployment. We can dispute whether it's 10%, 15%, 23%. It's big, and it's higher than its neighbours. Have you done enough to tackle youth unemployment? Are you doing enough to create the jobs that's needed for the millions to grow this economy?
I'll give my answer on two different silos which relate to jobs. Both relate to jobs. One is the government positions, meaning working for the government of India, where in the last 1 year, literally every month, there is what is called as a Rozgar Mela, meaning a day-long event where jobs are, or the appointment letters are handed over to people who have got the jobs for positions in the central government. So they're government jobs. We've fixed a target by December this year, 10 lakh jobs will be given. And in the process, every month, giving jobs to the citizens in Government of India jobs has touched 8 lakhs already. So we will be taking it further, and by December, completing the 10 lakhs that we have kept as a target. So filling up the positions which are government jobs, which are a job till you retire, that is, provided you keep up with your skills and everything else. There are no conditions otherwise attached. Security of the job, it prevails in the government sector. So that is one of the sides. The other is for those very poor trading people, or those who are street vendors, or people who run their own small businesses, MSMEs, micro and small and medium industries, are all given sovereign guaranteed jobs, meaning they do not, they can approach a bank, that is, and obtain loans from the bank, for some of them at concessional rate of interest, and for some others at prevailing market rate of interest, but for all of them with the sovereign guarantee provided. So they don't need to come with a fixed deposit in lieu of a guarantee, or a piece of land in lieu of a guarantee, and so on. So they're guaranteed by Government of India for the first loss, and then they're getting the interest subvented loans in some cases, and others general loan. But the idea behind this is to make sure people who want to do their own will have enough credit available for running their business, and in the process, if they grow, they can employ more people rather than look for a government job. That cannot be for everybody available, and therefore self-employment has also been given a good lot of incentives and across the board in the country for a bulk of the population.
Honourable Minister.
So we have dealt with,
Yeah, sorry. I want to jump in because I've only got another 2 minutes with you, and I want to be selfish and utilize them to the greatest extent before I bring my panelists on stage. As you know, we're in Dubai. We're super excited about COP28. What's on India's wish list for COP? What are you doing? What's India doing to ensure that COP isn't all talk and no action? Because we know it's been criticized as just being this grand talking shop which never results in any action. What are you doing as a nation to ensure that that doesn't happen?
A very relevant for the current situation kind of question, and I'm glad you asked this. India will certainly be pushing forward to showcase what it has achieved with its own funds. The Paris commitment given by us have been funded by us. We didn't wait for the 100 billion. That is never on the table. There's, as you said, a lot of talk, but no money coming on the table. No pathways to show how technology is going to be transferred. Now, an additional problem which comes on board for discussion this time around would be the transitional phase, where you do not know what is affordable energy, what energy actually can fit into this transition energy requirement. It's certainly not fossil fuel, but what is it then? You've really not completely moved over to renewable, so what is it then? So the transitional energy, its definition, what constitutes something which actually can be a transitional source of energy, and who gives the money for it, particularly for developing and emerging market economies, funding this transition is going to be a huge challenge. So I would think the conversations can happen, a lot of talk can happen, but eventually COP28 should show the direction both for transfer technology and for the actual funding, be it a blended finance, public and private partnership or philanthropies coming in, but finance it is required. So that's what I would think India would go to argue.
Honourable Minister, I'm going to invite our illustrious panellists onto the stage, and one by one, they're going to ask you a question. So please come to the stage. Gautam Shroff, Principal Partner at Nuvama Private, Shefali Garadia, Chairperson Deloitte India, Mathoni Matonyi, CEO and founder of Girani, and Prashant Prakash, Partner at Excel. We've got an illustrious panel, Honourable Minister, to fire some gritty questions your way. To my left, as Gautam is with me, take to the floor, Gautam. No, actually, just as you're with us, please ask the Honourable Minister your question.
Ma'am, on behalf of the investment community that I represent, India and globally, I first want to congratulate you and thank you for navigating the Indian economy through the difficult geopolitical situation. Nuvama, my firm.
Thank you.
Nuvama, my firm, our research always believed that, we are headed towards 5 trillion and 7 eventually. So when we meet global investors, the question that we get asked is, what more is the government going to do to accelerate this path towards 7 trillion?
Well, specifically continue with the reforms process. I'm grateful to the Honorable Prime Minister because even during COVID, when our attention was to make sure people are given enough protection, vaccine to be scaled up for all citizens, and also make sure that the economy does not get dragged down because of the lockdown and so on, even then the Honorable Prime Minister had guided us to make sure that the reform process does not stagger, does not suffer. So I think that in spirit tells us that the commitment to reform of the systemic reforms is there 100%. So we will be continuing to make the Indian economy a lot more open and transparent, to make sure that equally without looking inwards, we will ensure that investments happen in India so that people can produce in India for Indian market, but equally at ease export from India as well. So the emphasis on reform, the emphasis on Atmanirbhar Bharat, and making sure that our skilled, well-trained youth do contribute for the global economy by participating in the global value chains is what I think will take us towards the goals that you have so clearly identified.
Shefali.
Honorable Minister, I first of all would like to congratulate you on a very successful implementation of the goods and service tax regime. GST has completed 6 years in India, and it has been implemented in almost a perfect way, very harmoniously operating between the center and states. Even the industry, including the MSMEs, have given a big thumbs up to the GST at 6 survey, even higher than compared to what they gave for GST at 5. And more recently, what we've seen is that once the statute of limitation has kicked in, there has been a flurry of activities, including some of the notices that have been issued and the manner in which some of the audits and investigations have been conducted. And this has given a bit of a concern to the international community. Many multinationals have, expressed their concern about, where this is going to lead to. My question to you, Madam, is that in such an environment, what assurance can we give to the international community about the tax certainty and how we propose to implement that in India?
Thank you for observing how GST has settled on the ground and how it has made businesses feel at ease about the taxation, and how the GST Council, which I may add here, has worked as a very good example of center, state, and the federal structure that is highly honored through the GST Council. Finance ministers from the provinces all sit together. I'm there as well on behalf of the union government. We take decisions together, and 99% decisions are unanimous. So there is this constitutional body which has been created post 2014 with a great deal of effort through Prime Minister Modi and my predecessor, who I fondly remember, late Shri Arun Jaitley. This structure, constitutional body, has actually brought about great deal of comfort in having a one nation, one tax principle effectively brought to the ground. Of course, it has teething problems. Of course, there are issues where some issues prior to 2017, when GST came into place, are still lingering. Some are with the courts, some are not. Those are getting ironed out. And in the process, because tax authorities are very conscious that they do not want to miss out on the due allowed time, notices do go, and if there are replies given, they are taken on board. So we are still at a stage where we are on some grounds moving from uncertainty to certainty, but the uncertainty appears before you because you see the GST already in ground, but some aspects are getting sorted out now.
Thank you.
Mathoni.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for this opportunity to ask you questions. And thank you, Professor Manoj and the India Global Forum team for enabling this. So, Honorable Minister, my question to you is, when you consider India's fiscal and economic strategies, how do you think that similar approaches could be adopted in Africa, and in particular Kenya, to promote the economic development in those African countries?
Thank you. Yes, the fiscal rectitude is something which is not in your face, but it is certainly undercurrent in this government. So constant managing your fiscal affairs and complying to the FRBM Act, that is the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act, so that you're not going to be profligate with the finances, because public finance equally is to generate revenue but also to manage your budget well in its structure, has been a priority of this government. But if I have to talk about Africa, I would say Prime Minister Modi, in probably when he was in Uganda in 2018, had spoken about how there are guiding principles for India, for its relationship with the African countries as well. Africa forms a priority for India, but even as we set it as a priority, we are getting influenced by your priorities in setting up our priority. So it is not as if India sets its own priority dealing with African countries, but Africa's priorities are taken on board when we set our own priority towards Africa, particularly with the least developed countries, LDCs. I'd like to highlight that we have, since the time Prime Minister Modi came in 2014, it has been, without a second thought, a point to promote the tariff-free, quota-free relationship with all the LDCs of Africa. So we absolutely don't restrict African products which come from LDCs within Africa, and that's helped in building trust and relationship with the African countries. There are several, I would think there are 4 areas. Sorry to have a longish answer, but there's so much to say, and I'll take this liberty to say, on development related activities. Africa received about 32 billion or 38% of all credit extended by India goes to Africa. And also in health, I think we are one of the largest suppliers of generic medicine, so make it available at affordable rates for African citizens. Then, equally important, I think Dr. Jaishankar, the Foreign Affairs Minister for India, had launched in October 2023 2 technology-driven programs. One is tele-education, which we call E-Vidya Bharati. The other is the telemedicine, which is the E-Arogya Bharati. E-Arogya Bharati actually is a project which can help free telemedicine courses for more than 1,000 doctors and paramedics from Africa. Like the way e-teleeducation helps 500 courses to be taught for 15,000 students in Africa. And lastly, the 4th point is the defense cooperation we have with countries, particularly Comoros, Somalia, Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, South Africa and Madagascar, essentially members of the Indian Ocean Rim countries. Then we also have the India-Africa Defense Dialogue, which has happened in 2020 in Lucknow and also in Gandhinagar in 2022. So with Africa, we are actively engaged. I spoke of 4 buckets of cooperation, but each one for their own requirements.
I'm glad we got that question in on development in Africa, and it's a theme we're going to be discussing a lot more in the next few days. Prashant, no pressure.
Honorable Minister, IFSCA has been really one of your landmark initiatives, and it has already started to show a lot of promise and catalyze global fund flows. My question is are there things that we can do to further make it a preferred destination for sovereign funds, especially from the region here where there are a lot of active sovereign funds like RDI and PIF? They have certain concerns when it comes to the tax regime. And are there any ideas, ma'am, there or dialogues to land them in an accelerated fashion and further increase the value of IFSC as a destination for this region.
Good to see you here, Prashant. Mostly nice seeing you in Bangalore.
Thank you, thank you.
But yes, the question about investors, particularly sovereign funds, is something on which I think since 2019 I've been actively engaged in. We had quite a few sovereign funds from the Middle East, UAE, Saudi Arabia, all of them coming up with their requests, and we readily have conceded that the treatment, tax treatment being offered to sovereign funds, particularly Mubadala and the sovereign funds, other sovereign funds of the Middle East, have all been given favorable tax treatments. Post that, I think a lot of others have also come in, like those from Canada, those from Australia. We've given them favorable tax treatment, and therefore they are able to look at the national infrastructure pipeline and also the NIIF, National Infrastructure Investment Fund, and participate in many brownfield programs. Most of them prefer brownfield, but they are happy to look at greenfield projects as well. But we have continued this tradition of dealing with sovereign funds and tax treatments for them being differently placed. So I think at the moment we will continue with that.
Thank you.
Honourable Minister, just before I let you go, I've got one more minute. I'm going to squeeze in a final question. As I alluded to earlier, we did have a panel on black swans, and there were concerns about AI, climate, about demographics, about cyber crimes, about the dominance of technology in the hands of a few. There were concerns about the lack of leadership dealing with the big issues we face in the world today. There were geopolitical concerns. So my final question to you is, what is your biggest concern right now when it comes to, let's deem it a black swan, a grey swan, and does India have that leadership which the panel was pleading for to deal with black swan events?
I look at AI, first of all, for the opportunities that it can provide us. Let me start with the fact that in this budget which was presented on 1st February 2023 for the current year, which is the running year, we had announced that India shall become a hub for AI-based research. And we announced 3 centers of excellence for AI, which will go into in-depth research on the opportunities that AI provide, and that shall be something which we'll be happy to locate in some of the premier institutions in India. So we are looking at AI for the opportunity that it provides. We are in close collaboration with NASSCOM, India's, let's say, association which actually looks at these areas of activity. And they are actively guiding us on how we can take this forward. So that is one side of the story. The other is for all the AI-driven or for being sure that we have adequate firewalls, literally 24/7, monitoring where the hits are coming from and making sure additional precautions are taken, particularly for systemic institutions, what we call as systemically important institutions. We have come up with very active engagement with India's CERT-in, which is a body run by the government, which essentially looks at all the digital and also the assets which deal with technology. And therefore, this collaboration between CERT-in and the institutions which are systemically important is very much on the avoiding the grey swans or black swans. Of course, when it happens in the sense you are as strong as the weakest link. But to make sure that the weakest link is completely strengthened and not remain weak, there is a lot of action from the government side as well. So we keep doing it and hopefully we'll prevent the black swan.
Honourable Minister, it's been a privilege. Thank you so much for your time and for answering those wonderful questions from our panellists. A big round of applause. Thank you very much for joining us today. And a big round of applause for our panellists for those questions. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Panellists, please leave the stage. I'm just going to invite Edie to the stage really quickly. We're going to wrap it up before we send you on your way, because I know there's a bit of networking, isn't there? What were your favourite moments of today?
Well, I have to say I did like Mohandas Pai's challenge, putting the East India Company against the large American technology companies. I thought that was a bit of a throwdown there. Liked that. I loved the conversation about black swans, and I love words. Green swans. I hadn't heard of that.
Yes. That was dropped in there,
that was
wasn't
a good one, wasn't it? I don't know if
yeah.
you've read Kim Stanley Robinson, Ministry of the Future, Cli-Fi book, but it's actually a massive heat wave that happens in India that finally sparks the change that the world needs. So I liked that. And of course, I loved our friend, His Grace. It was an amazing conversation. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. What about you?
Silence is powerful. Go off the beaten track. I took away so much from that. Thank you so much, Your Grace. That was wonderful. Unboxing Bengaluru, so inspiring. And I love that Prashant just said it's about dreams. And I want to go there. I've never been there. I've traveled a bit in India, but he inspired me to want to go there. And I mean, the Black Swan chat was just fantastic, so engaging, and so many truths said. And I think the biggest one, which we need to address, is the lack of global leadership on some of these big issues. There is a lot of talk, no action, and the finance minister there addressed that at the end. And she was forthright. You know, I threw the joblessness at her. She
takes no prisoners.
Yeah, she told us what they're doing, and it's a challenging time for India given the global backdrop. But India's thriving. I mean, 6.3%. Wow, you can't challenge that, can you? It's going to be the fastest growing G20 economy this year and next year, despite all those challenges. So, well done, India, and well done, the finance minister, for everything that she's done.
Exactly. Well done to you today.
Yeah,
What's up for you tomorrow?
Yeah, so tomorrow we've got the studio again. So Edie's going to be in here.
I'll be here.
I'm going to be in there. It's not my job to persuade you not to spend time with Edie, but don't spend time with Edie tomorrow. Come over there with me and Laura, because we're going to be in the studio. Jump
You can
around.
go back and forth.
So we'll be studio-led conversations on climate, on leadership, on geopolitics, on technology, on business. It's just so much fun. It's studio-led. It's very TV-led. It's going to be fun.
We'll have that too.
You will.
But we'll just have it in here.
You'll have it in
the
here,
Founders
so-
and Funders.
So what have you
Forum.
got?
We do. We're going to be leading the leapfrog movement. So we'll have everything from YouTube influencers to unicorn founders. I mean, you want to be here, Mark.
Yeah, no,
And we've also got
I'll
the Women
sneak
In
across.
event by our friend Laura Buckwell. She'll be around. I think it's about
That is
it for
badges,
today.
badges.
Badges. Do not lose your badge. Keep it with you at all times for the next few days. And I think we should thank our media partners as well. Daily
Hospitality
Hunt,
partners.
Gulf News, media partners, and Taj, this wonderful space.
Yeah.
I broke my rule, by the way, about only dates before. You're only supposed to have dates before noon.
Well, that's not dates with your other half. That's
No, it's just actually the physical.
date. Edie said to me this morning, she said, I'm eating a date before midday because you can't eat dates after midday. And I went, why?
They have 25 grams of sugar in them. If you eat them too late in the day, they just keep you awake and they keep your mind racing, right? It's all about what goes into your body.
So eat them all at breakfast and then you'll be fine throughout the rest of the day.
But I broke my rule. I had one just now.
Good.
Anyway, Mark, it's been
That's it.
fantastic.
Yeah. We'll see you all tomorrow.
See you
Enjoy
tomorrow.
the networking reception and thank you all for being here.
Welcome to India Global Forum, uniting the world's most visionary minds from India and beyond to shape the future. Hear from and engage with the most influential policymakers, business leaders, and technology disruptors. Get involved with our key initiatives and join us at our world-class flagship events in the UK, the UAE, and India. Join India Global Forum, a gateway to the limitless potential of India's growth story and a catalyst for global connection. Log on to www.indiaglobalforum.com and join the conversation.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward, creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
Hey everyone. You will be asking questions and I will be answering you. Is that the way?
We invited some high net worth individuals
Hi.
to know their thoughts on wealth management.
Yeah, perfect.
I don't just want to see my net worth grow. At the end of the day, my investments have to add value to my life.
I believe in making innovative investments, leveraging every opportunity in the market. It's one thing to create wealth. It's another to sustain it over a long period of time.
My family business making its mark across the globe. That's my singular goal for the future.
For me, it's important to leave a lasting legacy. Something that can nourish my kids, grandkids, and of course, great-grandkids.
I need a solution that has all my financial assets and resources working together in a single comprehensive plan.
With the rapid growth, my financial landscape has evolved dramatically. This requires someone with in-depth knowledge to help me navigate my finances. Now, sustaining what you have built with your hard work, that's exactly a challenge for my financial advisor.
I need someone who understands the intricacies and the complexities of the global financial world.
My wealth has grown, and so has my understanding of the responsibility that comes with it. I find it important to have someone by my side who can share that responsibility with me.
Nuvama Private's tailor-made, personalized approach assures that my wealth is aligned with my specific objectives.
I know that my money is being put to the best use possible. Nuvama Private manages the finance with the same unwavering commitment to the vision that I have set for my business.
They listen carefully, understand, and help in craft that perfect future that you have imagined for yourself.
With Nuvama Private, I found a sense of reliability.
Welcome to Dream Set Go, your destination for the most exclusive sporting experiences from the House of Dream Sports. Watching your favorite game from the stands feels great, but for some, great isn't good enough. They want something exclusive. like cheering for your favorite team, is exciting. But to be invited to their practice sessions? Now that's exclusive. To watch a big match from the boardroom is fun. But to hold a board meeting at the venue before the match? Now that's exclusive. When your favorite driver wins the race, it's epic. But to watch the race from the paddock? Now that's exclusive. To witness India's glory at the Olympics is unforgettable. But to sit alongside a champion?
Now that's exclusive.
And imagine traveling to your dream experiences like this. Exclusive, right? Get the most extraordinary sporting experiences with Dreams@Go. Book your tickets hassle-free and experience the exclusive.